Good evening, dear friends. Tonight we gather in this quiet space, leaving the day behind, letting the soft hush of evening settle around us. Let us take these moments together, knowing that God is near, holding us gently through every thought, every sigh, every pause. If you like, settle into a comfortable chair or rest against a pillow. Perhaps there is a candle flickering nearby, or a soft breeze drifting through the window. Let the night sounds, the rustling leaves, the distant song of an owl, the whisper of wind, be companions in this calm hour. As you listen, let your thoughts slow, your muscles soften, and your mind rest in the quiet assurance that tonight, for a little while, the world can wait. And here, in this gentle stillness, we invite the presence of God to walk alongside us as we begin our journey into peace and reflection. In the quiet of evening, a heart whispers to God. The last rays of the sun stretch softly across the fields, painting the sky in gentle strokes of amber and rose. A single lantern glows on the porch, its light flickering against the worn wood, catching the edges of the small garden where marigolds lean toward the warmth. A figure sits quietly in a rocking chair, hands folded loosely in their lap, eyes tracing the slow dance of shadows cast by the fading light. There is a hush in the air, only broken by the faint rustle of leaves and the distant call of a night bird. In these moments, the heart leans toward God in a silent, tender yearning, as if every breath itself carries a prayer. No words are needed, just the stillness, the gentle awareness of a presence that has always been near. A breeze slips through the open window, brushing the hair across a forehead, carrying with it the earthy scent of evening grass and the faint sweetness of blossoms. The figure watches as a small bird hops along the fence, pausing to preen its feathers in the soft glow. The simplicity of such a scene, a bird, a flower, a flickering flame, feels like a sacred message, a whisper from the Creator reminding the heart that it is never alone. Memories rise quietly, unbidden but gentle, the warmth of a mother's hand on a cool morning, the soft encouragement of a pastor long ago, the steady presence of friends whose smiles lingered even after years had passed. Each recollection is a quiet prayer, weaving together past and present, longing and hope, a silent assurance that God's care has always surrounded every moment of life. Hands reach for the Bible resting on a small side table. Fingers trace the worn edges of pages that have held countless prayers before, feeling the gentle texture as if touching the prayers of those who came before. Eyes follow the familiar lines of text slowly, savouring each word, letting the cadence of the verses guide the mind into stillness. In every phrase there is comfort, a steady pulse of faith that reaches into the deepest quiet of the heart. Outside, the world moves with gentle rhythm. The leaves sway in soft conversation with the breeze. Distant stars begin to twinkle, and the hum of evening insects rises and falls. Every detail, every motion, every whisper of nature feels like a thread in a tapestry of care, a reminder that God's presence permeates even the smallest corners of life. Soft wind through leaves. The lantern flickers once more, and in its gentle glow the figure leans back, breathing slowly, letting the quiet envelop every thought. A sense of calm, of safety, of patient love rises like a gentle tide, carrying the heart to rest in the knowledge that God hears every silent longing, every unspoken hope, and holds them tenderly in his care. Hands unclasp naturally, resting on the knees, eyes closing just a little, and the mind softens. The night deepens. The world grows quieter, and in this moment there is peace, a peace that will linger as the journey continues, inviting the soul to a gentle, enduring rest. Each quiet step carries a heart closer to God. The evening deepens and the lantern's glow stretches across the wooden floor of the porch, mingling with the silver light of a rising moon. A soft wind brushes past, stirring the curtains, carrying the scent of earth and dew. The figure rises from the rocking chair, moving slowly, each step measured and gentle. Bare feet press lightly against the cool boards, feeling the small imperfections of the wood beneath. In this small movement, there is a rhythm, a connection to the simple, enduring pulse of creation. Nearby, a stream trickles quietly, hidden among the shadows of the garden. Its voice is a gentle murmur, a soft conversation with the stones and moss, and in its flow there is an echo of the eternal, a quiet reminder of God's ever-present guidance. The figure pauses, listening to the water, breathing in the cool night air. Fingers reach out, brushing against the edge of a flower bed where delicate petals fold in the evening hush. Each bloom seems to whisper, God is here, even in these tiny things. Memories settle into the mind as softly as the night mist. The laughter of children long grown, the gentle encouragement of a friend in need, the quiet words of prayer from days gone by, all mingle together in a tapestry of remembrance and grace. Each recollection is a step, a gentle progression toward understanding the closeness of God, reminding the heart that faith is nurtured not only in grand gestures, but in the small, deliberate acts of life. A candle flickers on the windowsill, casting elongated shadows across the room. The figure draws a breath and moves inside, hands brushing over familiar surfaces. The worn edges of a Bible, a cup left drying beside the sink, the soft folds of a favourite blanket. Every detail, every touch, feels infused with care, imbued with the silent presence of a creator who notices each tender, deliberate action. Kneeling beside the window, the figure lifts a small, careful prayer, not spoken loudly, not adorned with grandeur, but whispered in a way that allows the heart to unfold. Lord, guide my steps tonight. Help me see the small wonders around me and remind me of your presence in every quiet corner of my life. The words settle into the room like a soft mist, touching the warmth of the candle flame, drifting toward the cool night air outside. The garden beyond seems alive with subtle motion. A moth flutters near the light, wings catching the glow like tiny silk lanterns. A rabbit pauses in the grass, ears alert, then moves softly into the shadow of a bush. In these gentle movements, the figure feels the rhythm of life itself, silent, deliberate, tender, and a wave of calm washes over the heart. God's care seems woven into every small pulse of nature, every quiet, deliberate act of living. Soft rustle of leaves and distant owl hoot. From the kitchen, the hum of the evening kettle begins to rise, a gentle accompaniment to the night's symphony. Steam curls upward, catching the lantern light, and the figure pauses to watch it drift. In this ordinary act, there is a sense of grace. Water transforms into warmth, a simple cup becomes a vessel of comfort, and through it all, there is a feeling of divine presence that does not announce itself loudly, but is undeniable in its constancy. The figure moves again, this time to the small desk near the window. A notebook lies open, edges curling slightly from years of use. Fingers trace the lines, pausing on words written long ago, prayers, thoughts, observations of life's quiet wonders. Each word carries a memory, a whisper of guidance, a reminder that even the simplest reflections can be acts of faith. The pen is lifted, a few lines added, soft thoughts of gratitude for the gentle light, the cool breeze, the unnoticed beauty that surrounds daily life. Outside, the night deepens further. Stars peek through thinning clouds, small points of light steady and patient. The figure steps onto the porch again, a cup of warm tea cradled in hands. Breath mingles with the cooling air, forming a quiet rhythm, inhaling peace, exhaling tension. Every sip is slow, deliberate, a meditation, a quiet communion with the present moment and the presence of God, as constant as the turning earth, as patient as the night. The mind drifts gently over the simple acts of the day, the careful folding of laundry, the small kindness offered to a neighbour, the soft laughter shared with a friend. These small gestures, often unnoticed, are the brushstrokes of a life aligned with God's gentle guidance. Each one is a prayer in action, a quiet signal of faith, a steady thread in the fabric of grace. As the night continues, a faint melody rises from the distant fields. A cricket's song, the low hum of insects, the whisper of a river unseen. These subtle sounds are companions, drawing the heart into deeper stillness. The figure leans back in the chair once more, eyes lifted toward the canopy of stars, tracing constellations with a soft, wandering gaze. Each star seems to pulse with quiet assurance, a promise that the divine presence watches over every soul, every small act, every whispered prayer. Gentle cricket chorus with flowing breeze. Hands fold again, resting lightly on the lap. Eyes close briefly, not to escape the world but to open fully into the experience of calm. Every breath becomes a bridge, linking the small body, the tender heart, and the expansive presence of God. The lantern flickers once more, and for a few quiet moments, the world seems to dissolve into this steady, enveloping peace. The mind lingers on the sensation of the earth beneath the feet, the warmth of the tea in the hands, the soft whisper of wind across the skin. Each detail, however small, is a testament to divine care. A rabbit scurries across the lawn, a breeze stirs the treetops, and the soft rustle of leaves is like a hymn, sung without words, for ears attuned to quiet wonder. And in this stillness there is understanding, that faith, at its core, is gentle, patient, persistent. It is present in every deliberate step, every mindful breath, every small gesture of love and care. It does not demand grand displays or loud proclamations. It is quiet, unwavering, like the slow flicker of candlelight on the porch, the steady rhythm of heartbeats in the night, the soft murmur of the stream unseen but deeply known. Soft stream flowing and leaves brushing. The figure rises once more, setting the empty cup on the railing, fingers lingering on the wood, as if seeking to memorize the warmth of the moment. A slow turn to the window reveals the moon spilling silver across the garden, shadows stretching and softening in the night. The heart feels a subtle lifting, a gentle assurance that even in the smallest, quietest steps, God's presence accompanies, guides and blesses. Hands lower to rest once more, eyes half closed, the body sinking into the comfort of the chair. A soft sigh escapes, carrying with it the tensions of the day, the small worries, the lingering restlessness. In their place there is a slow, unhurried sense of peace, a calm that flows like the stream outside, unseen but felt, steady and patient. The figure leans back, listening once more to the night, the whisper of wind, the distant hoot, the soft chorus of insects. Each sound, each shadow, each flicker of light carries the quiet message. You are not alone. You are seen, known and held in the steady, tender presence of God, night breeze and soft rustle of leaves. And in that awareness, the mind rests, the heart softens, and a gentle smile touches the lips, not from laughter, but from the deep, abiding certainty that this night, this simple, ordinary evening, is held within the grace of a loving, ever-present God. The quiet of evening invites your heart to listen for God's gentle guidance. The moon has risen higher now, its silver glow washing over the garden in soft ethereal light. Shadows of branches stretch like delicate lace across the ground, and the wind carries a faint scent of earth and damp leaves, mingling with the fading warmth of the day. The figure steps lightly through the grass, feet brushing over the tips of clover and soft moss, feeling each tiny detail beneath the soles as if sensing the heartbeat of creation itself. Every step is unhurried, deliberate, a silent prayer in motion. In the distance, a creek whispers over smooth stones, its murmuring voice steady and patient. It seems to speak directly to the heart, offering a gentle reminder of God's enduring presence in the world, flowing quietly even when unnoticed. The figure pauses, leaning lightly on a wooden fence, listening to the steady rhythm of water meeting stone, and breathes in the cool night air, tasting a soft mixture of dew and the faint scent of pine. The garden is alive in subtle ways. A moth flutters past a lantern, its delicate wings catching the glow, and a firefly hovers near the flower bed, lighting up briefly like a tiny star descended to earth. Each motion, minute yet purposeful, reminds the figure of the tender attention God pays to every small detail of creation, just as he watches over each heartbeat and whispered thought. The figure turns to a small path lined with smooth stones, each one carefully placed over time. Footsteps on the stones create a muted rhythm, a gentle cadence that mirrors the slow pulse of faith. Memories drift quietly into the mind, mornings spent watching sunlight spill across the kitchen floor, evenings when the world seemed to hold its breath, and the comforting rhythm of prayer whispered at bedtime. Each recollection is soft and soothing, a reminder that God's presence has always been near, even in the unnoticed corners of life. Soft rustling leaves and distant night bird. The figure reaches the edge of the garden where a simple wooden bench rests beneath a wide oak. Sitting down, hands folded lightly in the lap, the figure gazes upward through the branches at the night sky. Stars, steady and patient, scatter across the velvet darkness, and the moonlight dances through the leaves, creating gentle patterns that shift with the wind. In this quiet moment there is no need for words, just the deep, unspoken recognition that God is near, steady and listening. A soft breeze brushes past and the figure closes their eyes, inhaling deeply. Fingers brush against the leaves of a nearby plant, tracing their shapes as if trying to memorize the curves and textures. And in the act there is a sense of communion with life itself. The mind wanders gently over the small moments of the day, the careful setting of a table, the simple act of pouring water for a neighbour, the quiet folding of laundry, each gesture imbued with ordinary grace. These acts, seemingly small, carry within them the quiet echo of God's care and love. The figure rises, moving slowly toward a small wooden gate at the edge of the property. Hands rest on the latch for a moment, feeling the cool metal beneath the fingertips, and the wind carries a soft sigh through the trees, as if the night itself breathes in tandem with the soul. Stepping through the gate, the figure walks along the faintly lit path that leads to the open fields, each step deliberate, measured, in rhythm with the heart's slow pulse, crickets softly chirping with distant owl hoot. The fields stretch wide, shadows pooling in gentle folds across the grass, and the figure pauses in the centre of the clearing, arms loosely at the sides, feeling the expanse around them. There is a quiet majesty here, the kind that does not shout or demand attention, but whispers its presence in a steady, calming cadence. Breathing in, the figure senses the vastness of creation, the steady hum of life, and the comforting constancy of God's presence. The moonlight glances off dew-kissed grass, and the figure bends to run fingers along the tips of each blade, marveling at the delicate resilience of life. In each tender touch there is gratitude for this quiet night, for the soft gifts of the earth, and for the unwavering presence of God who walks with each step, who notices each small act of devotion, each whispered thought. A soft owl hoots from a distant tree, and the figure turns to watch the slow rise and fall of the branches, shadows moving gracefully across the field. Each movement carries a gentle rhythm, a reminder that God's guidance is patient and sure, moving in the spaces between the ordinary and the extraordinary, in the quiet acts that fill the heart with trust. Hands lift in a slow, deliberate gesture of prayer. Not loud, not adorned, just soft and intimate, carrying the weight of gratitude and hope. Lord, the figure whispers, guide me in the simplicity of this night. Help me recognize your presence in each quiet moment, and let my heart rest in your steady, unwavering love. The words settle into the air like a gentle mist, lingering over the fields, over the trees, over the figure standing quietly in the moonlight. A gentle breeze stirs again, caressing the figure's face, carrying with it the distant scent of wildflowers and freshly turned earth. Each inhalation draws peace deeper into the body. Each exhalation releases tension, worry, and the remnants of the day's burdens. The rhythm of breath becomes a bridge to faith, each one a small act of trust, a conscious step toward openness and surrender to God's care. Soft wind through tall grass and rustling leaves. The figure moves slowly back toward the house, tracing the same path with deliberate care. Every step, every pause, every touch against stone or leaf is imbued with mindfulness, with a gentle recognition that these small details are vessels of divine presence. Inside, the lantern flickers again, casting warm, elongated shadows across the walls. The figure touches familiar objects, the smooth cover of a Bible, a well-loved chair, the soft folds of a blanket. Each item seems to carry a memory, a whisper of the sacred, a quiet reminder of God's constant attention. The kettle begins to hum softly from the kitchen, and the figure pours a small cup of tea, savouring the warmth in their hands. Steam curls upward, mingling with the faint aroma of herbs, and the figure closes their eyes, letting the simple warmth fill the chest, a quiet comfort, a tangible sense of God's nurturing presence. Seated by the window again, fingers trace the outlines of a candle, its flame small but steadfast. Shadows dance softly across the room, echoing the slow sway of the trees outside. Every movement of flame, every gentle reflection of light on wood and glass becomes a meditation, a channel for awareness of the divine, subtle and patient, guiding the heart into deeper calm. A soft owl hoots again in the distance, and the figure lifts their gaze to the sky. Stars twinkle faintly, and for a moment the universe feels suspended in a delicate balance, quiet and unwavering. The heart opens gently to the realization that faith is not always in grand acts or dramatic moments, but in the soft, consistent presence of God in everyday life, in the rustle of leaves, the murmur of water, the touch of a flower, the warmth of tea cradled in hands. The figure leans back in the chair, the night wrapping gently around the room, around the garden, around the still body. Every breath, every heartbeat, every subtle sound of life becomes a hymn of quiet gratitude. Peace settles deep into the chest, flowing outward, touching the limbs, the mind, the edges of consciousness. soft night breeze with distant creek murmur. In this gentle, unhurried communion, the figure feels the world soften. Worries fade into shadows, the rush of day dissolves into stillness, and the mind is cradled in the quiet assurance of divine care. Each small motion, each mindful thought, each gentle touch of the earth is an offering of faith, a conversation with God in the language of subtle presence. The figure closes eyes fully now, letting the warmth of the room, the steady glow of the lantern, the distant songs of the night, and the awareness of God's constant nearness cradle them fully. A slow, unforced smile rests upon the lips, not of exuberance, but of deep, enduring contentment. There is no rush, no demand, only the gentle, encompassing presence that has been there all along. Hands rest softly in the lap, breathing evens, and the night continues its quiet vigil. Every sound, every shadow, every flicker of light reminds the figure that they are held, watched over, and gently guided by God's tender care. The heart softens, the mind stills, and a serene awareness fills the space between thought and feeling. In the stillness of midnight, your heart can hear God's soft whispers. The night has deepened further, and the garden outside the window is now draped in a rich velvety darkness, punctuated by the gentle glimmer of dew reflecting the faint light of the moon. The figure walks slowly along the stone path, their hands lightly brushing the petals of small white flowers, each touch a silent conversation, a humble offering of attention and gratitude. The air is cool, scented faintly with jasmine and damp earth, and each breath fills the lungs with the quiet presence of the divine. A distant owl calls again, its voice echoing softly through the trees, as if keeping company with the figure's own reflections. Somewhere nearby, a small stream murmurs over smooth stones, and the gentle sound blends with the occasional rustle of leaves, stirred by a soft night breeze. The figure pauses, listening to the combined chorus of nature, sensing a sacred rhythm in the subtle movements and murmurs of the night. The figure settles on a low bench tucked beneath a spreading oak, its branches like open arms offering quiet shelter. Fingers trace the rough texture of the wood, feeling every groove and knot, and in the tactile act there is a meditation, a grounding in the present moment, a recognition of God's hand in the enduring patterns of creation. Even in the simplest things, the curve of a branch, the glint of moonlight on a leaf, there is a whisper of care, a gentle assurance that nothing is overlooked. Soft night wind through leaves and distant creek babble. The figure lifts their gaze upward, noticing the stars scattered like scattered diamonds across the sky. Each one seems to hold a quiet promise, a beacon of hope and constancy in the vast expanse. Memories drift softly, recalling mornings when the sun painted gold across the horizon, evenings when the scent of pine and wood smoke mingled in the cool air, and quiet moments of prayer spoken into the hush of twilight. Each recollection is gentle, a reminder that God's faithfulness is woven into the ordinary fabric of life, visible to those who pause to notice. As the figure breathes in, their chest rises slowly, deliberately, in sync with the gentle sway of the tree branches above. Fingers curl lightly around the hem of a coat, pulling it closer against the cool night, and in this small gesture there is gratitude for warmth, for life, for the steady guidance of a presence that never falters. Every sound, every shadow, every flicker of light carries with it a sense of security, a reassurance that the heart may rest, fully and without fear. The figure rises, stepping carefully over moss-covered stones, and walks toward a small wooden bridge spanning the creek. Moonlight glimmers on the rippling water below,
casting elongated reflections that sway with each gentle movement of the current. Pausing at the edge, the figure leans lightly on the railing, watching the water trace its patient path, carrying small leaves and petals downstream. In this quiet observation there is understanding. Life moves forward steadily, and God's guidance moves unseen, steadying each moment, shaping each choice with gentle wisdom. Soft, rustling reeds and water lapping, the figure continues along the path
that winds through the fields beyond the garden, each step measured, deliberate. The grass brushes lightly against the ankles, and the figure's hands trail across the tips of wildflowers that have survived the day's sun, nodding in the moonlight. Each touch is a silent thank you, a gentle acknowledgement of the life present, and a prayer of gratitude whispered without sound. The night seems alive, not with urgency, but with a subtle, persistent assurance. The Creator is near, present in every detail, guiding without interference, watching without judgment. A gentle breeze carries the faint scent of earth and wild flowers, mingling with the cool dampness of the night. The figure stops beneath a solitary tree standing at the edge of the field. Moonlight glints on the rough bark, highlighting its age and endurance, and the figure lays a hand upon it, feeling the heartbeat of the wood, the life that has persisted through years and seasons. In this act, the heart opens quietly, absorbing the patient, sustaining energy of God's creation, drawing comfort and reassurance from the simple, enduring presence of life around them. Soft night birds calling in distance. The figure moves toward a low stone wall at the field's edge, climbing lightly to sit upon it. From this vantage, the expanse of fields stretches endlessly, bathed in moonlight, and the wind whispers through the tall grass like a hymn. The figure closes their eyes, letting the subtle symphony of night sounds, rustling grass, distant water, occasional call of night birds, wash over them. Every sound, every movement, every small flicker of shadow is a gentle reminder that God's presence is steady, patient and unfailing. Hands lift slowly to fold in prayer, not a grand gesture, but an intimate one, carrying the quiet reverence of a heart attuned to the divine. Lord, the figure whispers, help me to trust in your guidance even in the stillness of night. Let me see your hand in every gentle movement, every soft sound, every tender moment that surrounds me. The words settle into the air, blending seamlessly with the night, felt rather than heard, as if the world itself carries the message back to the heart. The figure rises again and walks slowly toward the distant outline of the house, each step deliberate, measured, mindful. Moonlight illuminates the path enough to guide them, and the familiar shapes of the garden and fence provide subtle reassurance. Hands brush lightly against the railing, against the leaves, against the smooth stones underfoot, each contact grounding them, reminding them that faith is present in these quiet, unhurried movements, in the simple acts that fill the night with gentle awareness. A lantern flickers from the porch, casting soft golden light onto the steps, and the figure pauses to absorb the warmth that spreads across the garden. Every shadow, every glow, every subtle reflection carries a soft promise. God is here, ever present, watching over the small, unnoticed moments with tender care. Stepping onto the porch, the figure leans lightly against the railing, listening to the quiet sounds of night, inhaling the faint scent of wood smoke from the chimney, and feeling a profound sense of ease settle over the shoulders, the chest, the mind. Soft creaking of porch boards with distant night breeze. The figure enters the house, moving toward a favourite chair by the window. Hands linger briefly on the backrest, feeling its familiar contours, and then rest in the lap. The quiet hum of the night fills the room, punctuated only by the soft ticking of a clock and the gentle creak of wood settling. The figure lifts a small cup of warm tea, savouring the comforting weight in the hands, the delicate aroma rising to meet them, a sensory bridge to calm and reflection. The window opens slightly, allowing the night air to drift in, brushing the face with cool reassurance, carrying whispers of trees and distant water. Fingers trace the rim of the cup, the familiar texture grounding the mind in the moment, and the figure breathes deeply, slowly, as if each inhalation draws God's presence closer, and each exhalation releases tension, fear, and distraction. Outside, the stars glimmer softly, 1,000 tiny reminders of constancy and care. The figure leans back, resting the head lightly against the chair, feeling the steady pulse of life within and around them. Hands rest in the lap, warm and still, and a quiet smile forms, not of excitement, but of gentle, enduring contentment. Here, in the stillness, every breath, every shadow, every soft sound is an invitation to rest, to trust, to believe in God's unwavering care. Soft night wind and distant creak. The figure closes the eyes fully, allowing the heart to soften, the mind to quiet, and the night to cradle the spirit. Every sensation, the warmth of the tea, the coolness of the breeze, the distant murmur of water, the rustle of leaves, the subtle glow of lantern light becomes a gentle hymn of gratitude, a whispered communion with the Creator. Peace fills the chest, radiating outward, touching limbs, thoughts, and the quiet edges of consciousness. Every small detail, every simple gesture of care, every mindful breath reminds the figure God is here, always near, always steady, always patient. The heart relaxes into this presence, letting the worries of the day dissolve like mist in the morning sun. As the first light brushes the horizon, your spirit feels God's gentle presence. The faint glow of early dawn stretches across the fields, softening the silhouettes of trees and casting a pale warmth over the dewy grass. The figure steps quietly along the garden path, bare feet brushing against the cool morning storm. Each step seems deliberate, a gentle acknowledgement of God's unseen hand, guiding through the quiet hours. The faint scent of earth and blooming flowers mingles with the crisp morning air, a subtle reminder of life renewed with each sunrise. Birdsong begins to emerge from the thicket, the small melodic notes echoing softly across the still fields. A robin perches on a low branch, its tiny head tilting curiously as if to greet the figure passing beneath. The person stops briefly, noticing the delicate feathers glinting in the soft light. Fingers extend instinctively, tracing the outline of the petals nearby, a silent, reverent gesture connecting to the beauty of creation. In these small, mindful acts, a sense of peace settles over the shoulders, and the heart finds ease in the simplicity of the morning. Early morning birds and soft wind. A gentle mist hovers over the field, curling around the stems of flowers and blades of grass like a protective shawl. The figure pauses at a wooden fence, hands resting lightly on the top rail. The texture of the aged wood is cool beneath the palms, grounding them in the moment. Eyes lift to the horizon, where the first rays of sun break through the thin clouds, casting ribbons of gold and lavender across the sky. The figure inhales slowly, feeling the promise of a new day infused with a quiet reassurance. God is near, guiding, watching, sustaining. A small creek runs nearby, its waters murmuring over rounded stones. Kneeling by the edge, the figure dips fingers into the flowing water, lifting droplets that catch the light like tiny gems. The sound of the water blends seamlessly with the rustling of leaves and the distant call of a songbird, forming a natural chorus that fills the heart with calm. Each tiny splash is a reminder of continuity, of patience, of the quiet rhythm of God's care, flowing steadily even when unnoticed. The figure rises and continues along the path that winds between the garden and the edge of the meadow. The tips of wildflowers brush lightly against their hands, releasing faint scents of lavender and chamomile. Each movement is careful, deliberate, a meditation in motion. In the subtle bending of the stems, the gentle sway of grass in the breeze, and the soft shimmer of dew, there is an unspoken dialogue with the divine, a whisper of gratitude, a quiet acknowledgement of being held, protected, and observed. Soft creek murmur and distant meadow breeze. As the path opens into the larger meadow, the sunlight grows stronger, yet delicate, filtering through the trees in dappled patterns across the soft green. The figure stops to notice a small cluster of daisies, petals trembling slightly in the morning wind. Fingers reach out gently, adjusting one fallen bloom to rest beside its companions. A silent prayer rises, carried by the morning air. A whisper of thanks for life, for resilience, for the unseen hands that guide each delicate creature. Near the edge of the meadow stands a simple wooden bench, worn smooth by years of use. The figure walks slowly toward it, hands brushing the tall grass along the way. Sitting down, the body relaxes, shoulders lowering as the eyes take in the vastness of the open sky and the gentle hills beyond. Each inhalation brings the scent of fresh grass and faint flowers. Each exhalation releases lingering tension and worry. The figure folds hands lightly in lap, allowing the rising sun to illuminate their face, feeling warmth seep gently into the skin and the spirit. Soft rustling of morning leaves. A breeze carries the distant call of a hawk, circling high above the horizon. The figure lifts a hand as though to greet it, a smile touching lips without thought. The motion is small, intimate, yet filled with connection, a simple acknowledgement of the world as God created it, orderly, alive and rich with tender gestures. Fingers trace the seams of worn clothing, noting the comfort of familiar textures and the security they provide. Each small detail, each subtle sensation reinforces the presence of the divine in the ordinary. The figure rises once more, moving slowly toward a small stone circle at the meadow's centre. Smooth, flat stones have been arranged over time, their surfaces catching the early light, reflecting warmth in muted golds and soft browns. Stepping lightly, the figure traces the edges of each stone with fingertips, an act of reverence, of recognition, of prayer without words. The heart swells quietly in response to this gentle ritual, feeling connected to something larger, eternal, unshakable. Soft morning wind and distant bird calls. In the centre of the circle, the figure closes eyes and tilts the face to the sun's emerging glow. Breathing slowly, deliberately, a soft prayer emerges from the lips. Lord, let me walk today with the awareness of your presence. Let my steps be guided by your light, my actions softened by your grace. In every small gesture, let me see your hand, and in every quiet moment hear your voice. Each word flows gently, carried on the breeze, sinking deep into the heart with a sense of certainty and peace. A butterfly flutters nearby, its delicate wings catching the sun, then settles on a wildflower. The figure watches it without moving, noticing the precise, patient rhythm of its breathing, the small, unnoticed miracle of flight. In the stillness, a sense of understanding arises. Faith is in the details, in the pauses, in the attentive observation of life unfolding. God is present in each small movement, each whisper of wind, each tremble of leaf or wing. The figure walks slowly back toward the garden, hands brushing the grass, pausing occasionally to notice a spider's web glinting with dew or a bird stretching its wings. Each gesture, each observation is a soft hymn, a quiet acknowledgement of life and a subtle conversation with the Creator. The path feels sacred, every step measured, every sensation absorbed fully. The heart feels lighter, freed from restless thoughts, anchored in the simple, enduring presence of God. Gentle morning breeze through meadow. Back at the garden gate, the figure pauses, taking one last deep breath of the crisp morning air. Fingers linger on the latch, feeling the cold metal against the warmth of the skin. And the heart offers a quiet, wordless thanks. The world seems softer now, illuminated not just by the rising sun, but by the enduring assurance that God's guidance is gentle, patient, and constant. Returning to the house, the figure moves with a deliberate calm, noticing the subtle shifts of light and shadow, the distant hum of bees beginning their day, the rustle of leaves in awakening trees. Each movement, each glance, each touch carries mindfulness, reverence, and peace, a testament to the constant, patient love that surrounds, fills, and sustains life. Soft morning bird calls and wind. Sitting once more by the window, hands folded lightly in lap, the figure watches the sun rise fully, its rays spilling warmth across the floor, painting the room in shades of gold and amber. The heart feels a quiet certainty, a gentle contentment, a deep trust in God's care. All worries and tensions settle softly like morning mist dissipating in the sun, leaving only calm, clarity, and gentle hope. As evening drifts gently over the land, your heart leans quietly toward God. The day's warmth fades slowly, leaving a gentle hush over the garden and the surrounding fields. The sky, painted in soft purples and muted golds, stretches wide above, whispering of the day's end and the promise of rest. A single figure walks slowly along the garden path, feeling the cooling air brush against their face. Fingers brush over the tips of lavender, rosemary, and sage, each plant releasing a subtle fragrance that blends with the evening breeze. The sensation is calming, almost like a hand resting gently upon the shoulder of the spirit. Crickets begin their soft, rhythmic chorus in the tall grass, their steady song a reminder of life continuing quietly, unseen yet enduring. The figure pauses near the stone fountain at the center of the garden, watching droplets cascade slowly from the spout into the basin below. The sound is soft, melodic, like whispered prayers slipping into the attentive ear of God. Kneeling gently, hands hover over the water before dipping lightly, feeling its coolness run through the fingers. A soft breath follows, mingling with the scent of wet earth and evening blooms, evening crickets and soft breeze. The figure rises slowly, tracing a path along the edge of the garden where small lanterns have been placed, their flickering flames beginning to glow as the light dims. Shadows dance lightly across the stones and leaves, weaving a quiet tapestry of motion. Each step is deliberate, mindful, a soft acknowledgement of the Creator's presence in even the smallest things. Fingers linger on a weathered wooden bench, noticing the texture, the smoothness worn by years of quiet moments spent here, moments of reflection, of prayer, of silent gratitude. Nearby, a lone bird calls softly from a distant tree, its song barely audible over the subtle rustle of leaves. The figure tilts their head, listening closely, letting each note settle within the chest. A silent word of thanks forms in the heart, not spoken aloud but felt deeply, resonating with every fibre of being. There is no hurry here, no rush, only the slow unfolding of evening light and the quiet presence of God around each small movement, each attentive pause. Soft evening wind and distant bird song. Walking further, the figure notices the gentle sway of wildflowers lining the pathway, their petals catching the remaining light and glimmering faintly, almost as if nodding in blessing. Hands brush lightly over the blooms, and in that simple contact, a sense of connection deepens to the earth, to the day that has passed, and to the God who has guided both. The figure kneels by a patch of daisies, gently brushing a fallen petal back into place, a humble act of care, of recognition, of love reflected in attention to small details. The sky shifts slowly, darker hues folding over the horizon, and the first stars begin to twinkle softly. The figure lifts eyes to the heavens, tracing constellations with quiet reverence. Fingers fold gently in lap as a prayer rises, humble and tender. Lord, let the light of your love fill my heart tonight. Let my thoughts rest in your peace, and let my soul be quieted by the assurance of your presence. Each word is a soft step toward serenity, a gentle lowering of the day's burdens into the hands of one who watches over all. Soft rustling leaves and night breeze. Moving toward the small wooden gate that opens to the meadow, the figure pauses to look out across the open fields. Shadows stretch long and soft, grass whispering in the breeze, the distant creek glimmering faintly under the star's first light. Hands lift briefly to brush a stray strand of hair from the face, and a soft sigh escapes, a release of lingering tension. The body relaxes in rhythm with the cooling night air, and the mind rests upon the quiet constancy of God's care. A cat wanders silently along the edge of the garden, tail curling gracefully, pausing to sniff the fresh earth and then moving on. The figure watches, a small smile touching lips, noting the ease of its movement and the effortless flow of life around them. In these small observations, in the gentle noticing of creatures and plants, sounds and shadows, the spirit finds an intimate communion with the Creator. There is no need for words. Presence alone, attention alone, suffices. Soft creek ripple and a distant owl hoot. The figure approaches the stone circle at the meadow's edge, familiar and worn smooth by years of quiet visits. Kneeling lightly, fingertips trace the edges of the stones, feeling the texture and warmth from the day's sun. A prayer, soft and unhurried, rises. Thank you, Lord, for the beauty around me, for the quiet, the shade, the light, for every small life and every small act that speaks of your love. The words are carried into the evening air, settling gently like dew on the grass, leaving a sense of calm, of rootedness, of belonging. Returning toward the garden, the figure pauses to notice the flickering lanterns along the path. Their light reflects in the dewdrops still lingering on petals and blades of grass. Fingers brush lightly across the lantern glass, tracing the warmth of the flame inside. Each soft glow is a reminder that even the smallest lights can pierce the darkness, that even quiet, simple acts of devotion are seen and held by God. Soft lantern flicker and evening breeze. Sitting on the wooden bench, hands folded lightly in lap, the figure watches as the sky deepens into navy blue, the first stars shining brightly and steadily. Breathing slowly, deliberately, every inhalation seems to fill the heart with warmth, every exhalation releasing worry and fatigue. There is a deep, unspoken sense that God is near, watching, listening, guiding, providing gentle care in every shadow, every flicker of light, every breath of wind. As the night settles fully, a sense of peace rises like a gentle tide, slow and steady. Eyes close briefly to savour it, to feel the steady, patient presence enfolding the spirit. The day has ended, and with it, all burdens soften into the embrace of God's quiet constancy. Each heartbeat resonates in rhythm with the natural world, the whispering leaves, the distant creak, the soft flight of an owl, all echoing a gentle divine lullaby. Soft night wind and distant owl call. Hands unclasped from the lap and rest lightly on the knees. The figure leans back slightly, feeling the warmth of the fading sun in the stones beneath, the cool of the evening air across the skin. A final quiet prayer rises, heartfelt and wordless, a simple acknowledgement of God's presence, a tender thankfulness, a gentle trust. The soul is still, the heart at rest, the body eased into a calm rhythm, ready to receive the quiet of night and the comfort of divine love. As twilight deepens, every heartbeat seems to echo the quiet presence of God. The evening sky softens into deeper shades of violet and indigo, the first stars glimmering faintly, like distant lanterns placed delicately across the heavens. A gentle breeze carries the scent of pine and damp earth, mingling with the soft fragrance of late blooming jasmine along the garden path. Each inhalation draws the spirit closer to a sense of stillness, a tender quiet that settles across the chest like a warm, familiar shawl. A figure walks slowly along the path, noticing the subtle shift of light across the stones beneath their feet. Their hand brushes lightly along the edge of a wooden fence, worn smooth by seasons of sun and rain. Every groove and notch seems to hold memories of years gone by, small moments of joy and quiet reflection. The figure pauses to watch the shadows of leaves move gently against the garden wall, each flicker a soft reminder of the divine rhythm that flows invisibly through all life. Soft evening breeze and distant owl call, the small fountain in the garden glimmers faintly in the twilight, droplets catching the last hints of light before darkness folds fully over the land. Kneeling beside it, fingers trail lightly over the water, disturbing it just enough to see ripples spread outward in widening circles. Each ripple mirrors the gentle effect of prayer upon the heart, a quiet, deliberate action that resonates far beyond what is seen, touching the unseen places of spirit and mind. A soft breath rises, carrying with it words of gratitude and trust, gentle enough to float on the cool evening air. Moving toward the edge of the meadow, the figure notices the whispering movement of tall grass, bending and swaying in a rhythm almost like breathing. A pair of fireflies flicker through the dimming light, each glow a small testament to wonder, to beauty, to the quiet miracles present even in the smallest corners of creation. The figure bends slightly to watch one hover near a blossom, holding the moment tenderly in the mind, savouring the simplicity, the perfection of it. Crickets softly chirping and leaves rustling, the first notes of night song drift through the air, sung by a solitary bird perched high in a pine. The melody is fragile, tentative, yet filled with a depth that resonates with the soul. The figure tilts their head, listening, letting the music weave into the stillness around them. A prayer arises naturally, unforced. Lord, let my heart rest in you tonight, quiet and untroubled, open to your gentle presence. The words are soft, nearly whispered, felt more than heard, yet carrying weight, a bridge between the self and the divine. As the figure continues along the path, small lanterns lining the way flicker, their light casting a soft golden glow across stones, leaves, and petals. Each flame dances independently, yet all together create a quiet harmony, a visual melody of light that guides the way. Fingers brush across the petals of a nearby rose, its soft texture warming the hand with its delicate life. The gesture, though small, carries intention, presence, and devotion, a silent offering of attention and care that reaches beyond the self. Soft fire crackle from a distant fireplace. Seated briefly on a low wooden bench, the figure notices the patterns of shadows stretching across the ground. They watch a cat move gracefully among the shrubs, tail curling with each careful step. Even the small life of the animal becomes a lesson in mindfulness, in patience, in the quiet rhythm of creation. Breathing slowly, the figure folds hands over lap, eyes closing just long enough to feel the pulse of the earth beneath, and the comforting embrace of God's constancy surrounding all things. The sky deepens further, stars becoming steady points of light. A faint crescent moon rises, casting a pale silver glow that slips between branches and illuminates the soft contours of the garden. The figure leans back slightly, letting shoulders relax, feeling the day's cares settle naturally, as if guided into safekeeping. A prayer surfaces, unhurried. Lord, guard my heart tonight. Let me rest in your care, secure in your presence, and comforted by your love. The words linger in the cool night, settling like dew across the garden, unspoken to others yet fully received. Gentle rustle of trees and soft night wind. Moving toward the small stone circle at the edge of the meadow, the figure kneels once again, fingertips tracing the smooth surfaces of weathered stones. Each stone holds memory, silence, and the soft imprint of devotion. Hands lift briefly to touch the grass, feeling dew that glistens faintly under the moonlight. A whisper of gratitude drifts for the day, for the quiet, for every moment of connection, tangible and unseen, with the Creator who guides and sustains each breath. Nearby, a soft wind carries the scent of wet earth and pine across the meadow. The figure lifts face to the night sky, eyes following constellations, letting the vastness of the universe remind them of the gentle order that God weaves through all things. Each star, distant yet constant, mirrors the quiet faith within, a presence unseen but ever reliable, steadfast and unwavering. Soft night breeze and distant water flow. Returning slowly to the garden, the figure notes the lantern's glow reflecting in the dew-covered petals, each small light a quiet emblem of hope, patience and devotion. Fingers linger on a lantern, feeling the warmth of the candle inside, a reminder that even the smallest lights can guide the way, and that even quiet prayers reach the attentive ear of God. There is a softness in the heart now, a gentle calm that spreads through the chest, through the mind, settling the day's thoughts into a rhythm of trust and repose. Sitting once more on the wooden bench, eyes closed, the figure breathes deeply, feeling the steady presence of the Creator in each sound, each flicker of light, each gentle movement of the night air. The world is hushed, yet full of life, each element in quiet concert, a lullaby that envelops and reassures. Thoughts of gratitude, trust, and gentle hope rise effortlessly, mingling with the sounds of nature and the soft rhythm of the evening, soft rustling of leaves and distant night birds. Hands rest lightly in the lap, shoulders relaxed, heart steady. The figure leans back, allowing the final warmth of the fading day to seep into the bones, the air around carrying the subtle weightlessness of evening. A last soft, silent prayer rises, a simple acknowledgement of presence, protection, and care. The heart settles, the mind eases, and the spirit feels held. Night has arrived fully, and with it a quiet encompassing peace, a tender stillness that prepares the soul for rest, cradled in the enduring love of God. Beneath the moon's gentle glow, every shadow feels embraced by God's quiet presence. The night has deepened, carrying a cool hush over the landscape, yet the air feels alive with subtle sounds. The soft rustle of leaves, the distant croak of a frog near the pond, and the faint whisper of wind through the tall grasses. Each sound blends into a gentle rhythm, a nocturnal hymn that invites the heart to settle and the mind to ease. A narrow path winds through the meadow, silvered under the moonlight, beckoning to be followed with care and attention. A figure steps lightly along the trail, letting their hand brush against the dewy tips of wild flowers, feeling the moisture and softness as though each touch is a small prayer in motion. The blossoms tremble slightly under the hand's weight, releasing a faint, delicate fragrance that mingles with the crisp night air. The figure inhales slowly, letting the scent and stillness seep into the chest, each breath a quiet acknowledgement of the Creator's tender care for even the smallest life. Soft rustling of grasses and distant night frogs. The path curves gently past a small pond, its surface smooth and reflective, mirroring the crescent moon and the scattering of stars above. The figure kneels by the edge, fingertips touching the water lightly, sending concentric ripples across the mirrored surface. In these small waves, there is a gentle lesson that even the tiniest movement of faith or kindness can ripple outward, unseen yet felt, touching lives in ways that the heart may never fully measure. A soft murmur rises. Lord, let my steps reflect your love tonight, however quietly, however humbly. Nearby, a willow tree sways with the night breeze, its long branches brushing the surface of the water, creating delicate ripples that shimmer in the moonlight. The figure leans back against the trunk, feeling the gentle texture of bark against the shoulder, a grounding presence amid the shifting shadows. The quiet movement of the branches above seems like a soft hand of reassurance, reminding the heart that God's care moves subtly, enveloping even when unseen. Crickets softly chirping, leaves whispering. The meadow beyond opens into a wider expanse where tall grasses sway like gentle waves, catching the silver light. Fireflies emerge, blinking intermittently, their glow small yet persistent, like soft prayers sent into the night. The figure crouches briefly, watching one hover near a cluster of clover, marveling at the precision of its flight. Even these tiny sparks of light become a testament to care, a reflection of the attention and wonder imbued into every corner of creation. The figure rises and continues, noticing the way moonlight filters through the branches of an ancient oak. Its gnarled limbs cast lace-like shadows across the path, creating a pattern that shifts slowly with the breeze. Stepping carefully, the figure imagines each shadow as a gentle reminder of life's intricacies, the interplay of light and darkness, and the quiet guidance of God in the spaces between. A soft sigh passes, carrying gratitude and a serene acknowledgement of being both small and seen in the vastness of creation, soft night wind and distant owl call. As the path winds upward toward a gentle rise, the figure pauses to watch a family of deer move cautiously through the meadow, their bodies lit faintly by the moon. The animals move with deliberate care, ears attuned to every sound, noses quivering at every scent. The figure watches, heart quieted, seeing in their careful steps a reflection of the still vigilance that God provides, a steady presence that watches over all, quiet yet unwavering. Fingers lightly graze the grass as they pass, each step measured, mindful, and full of gentle reverence. The night deepens further, and the figure comes upon a small stone bench at the hilltop, perfectly positioned to observe the meadow and the dark silhouette of distant woods. Sitting, the figure allows the eyes to close briefly, taking in the rustle of leaves, the far-off glimmer of stars, and the delicate shimmer of moonlight on dew-laden grass. Each sound, each movement, each flicker of light carries a gentle reminder that God's presence is woven through every moment, even the silent ones, the ones that feel too small to notice. Soft, distant stream and whispering wind. Opening the eyes, the figure reaches out to touch the smooth surface of the stone, feeling the coolness of the night and the solid steadiness beneath. The fingers linger, tracing its contours slowly, mindfully, as though gathering the quiet strength of the earth into the heart. Each breath is measured, each heartbeat felt, and with each exhale, tension eases, as if the night itself is breathing alongside, weaving calmness through every muscle and thought. A soft owl hoots from the distant woods, a sound that feels like a signal to pause, to notice the subtle movements of life and light. The figure leans back slightly, feeling the grass beneath sway gently with the wind. Thoughts drift to gentle memories, to simple moments of connection, and the heart opens softly in a quiet prayer. Lord, keep me mindful of your presence, steady in your care and tender in your guidance as the night stretches on. In the shadow of a nearby pine, the figure notices a small cluster of mushrooms, their caps glossy from recent dew. Stooping to observe them, a small smile forms, for even these tiny creations seem to carry evidence of care and design. Every detail, shape, colour, placement speaks of a quiet order and beauty that reassures the soul. Fingers hover over the cluster without disturbing them, a silent acknowledgement of respect and gratitude for life, however fleeting or small. Soft night breeze rustling the pines. The figure rises slowly, feeling a warmth in the chest, a quiet lightness that spreads gradually down to the toes, through the fingers, settling over the entire body. Stepping back along the moonlit path, the figure breathes in deeply, letting the cool night air mingle with the gentle rhythm of the heart. A soft murmur rises. Thank you, Lord, for your presence, seen in the stars, heard in the wind, and felt in the quiet spaces of my soul. Reaching the garden once more, lanterns flicker along the edge of the path, their light warm and familiar. Hands hover briefly over the flame of the nearest lantern, feeling the heat, seeing the tiny movements of light, and remembering that even a small light can illuminate the dark, just as quiet faith can illuminate the heart. The figure sits again on the low bench, closing the eyes, letting the sensations of night, wind, water, and gentle glow wash over them. Each element a quiet lullaby, each breath a prayer of trust and rest, soft creek trickle and gentle night wind. As the moon rises higher, the figure leans back, shoulders relaxing fully, fingers resting lightly in the lap. Thoughts drift like the wind through the meadow, gentle, unfocused, peaceful. A quiet peace settles into the mind and heart, the sense of being cradled in unseen hands, guided, protected, loved without effort or expectation. A final soft exhalation carries gratitude for the night, for the path, for the quiet assurance of God's presence. In the quiet of the forest, every rustle seems like a soft word from God. The first whispers of night cling to the canopy above, as a gentle breeze stirs the leaves in a soft, comforting rhythm. Each movement seems deliberate yet effortless, like a hymn woven into the air itself. Shadows stretch across the forest floor, dappling the path with patterns that shift gradually, creating a quiet dance of light and dark. The figure walks slowly along the trail, letting each step press gently into the soft earth. feeling the warmth of the soil beneath and the subtle give of moss-covered roots. With each step, a sense of calm grows, a gentle settling of the mind and a quiet deepening of the heart. Leaves rustling, distant owl call. A small stream winds alongside the path, its water reflecting the soft silver of the moon as it slips over smooth stones. The figure pauses, kneeling at the bank, and dips a hand lightly into the cold, flowing water. The touch sends tiny ripples outward, spreading across the surface in concentric circles that seem to carry a silent prayer. A quiet murmur rises. Lord, let my heart be as this stream, flowing clear and mindful of your presence in every bend. Tiny frogs peek from the reeds, blinking in the moonlight, reminding that life continues quietly with patience and grace, even in the shadowed corners. Beyond the stream, the trail opens into a small clearing where fireflies drift lazily among the wildflowers, glowing intermittently like floating stars. The figure crouches low, observing the delicate movement, feeling a gentle sense of wonder. Each tiny pulse of light seems a quiet affirmation that even in darkness, small glimmers of hope and beauty persist. The figure inhales slowly, the scent of earth and blossom mingling in the cool night air, allowing it to fill the chest and settle the mind. Every breath becomes a silent acknowledgement of the care that surrounds all creation. Soft wind through tall grasses, distant cricket. A massive oak stands at the edge of the clearing, its thick trunk and sprawling limbs casting a calm, steady shadow. The figure approaches, placing a hand on the rough bark, feeling the texture and strength beneath the fingers. There is a grounding sensation, a quiet reassurance that life is steady and enduring. Above, the branches sway slightly, leaves brushing against one another in a hushed symphony. The figure closes the eyes briefly, listening to the whispering canopy, letting it feel like a gentle conversation, a quiet reminder of God's guidance through the shifting uncertainties of life. Further along, the path slopes gently upward, lined with ferns that tremble in the night breeze. The figure moves carefully, noticing how each leaf catches droplets of dew that shimmer faintly in the moonlight. Kneeling to touch one, the cool moisture soothes the skin and brings a small, intimate sense of connection with the world. Each small action, touching a leaf, pausing to observe a spider's careful web, tracing the ripples of the stream, is like a gentle prayer, a wordless offering of attention and gratitude. Night birds calling softly, leaves rustling. The figure continues, noticing the subtle sounds of night, a distant woodpecker tapping lightly, the faint hum of insects, the quiet sigh of wind through pine needles. The path narrows as it enters a grove of birch, their white trunks glowing softly under the moonlight. Shadows fall delicately, dancing across the figure's feet and hands as they brush gently over the bark. Each step is slow, mindful, deliberate, as though the forest itself is a sanctuary and the ground a sacred floor. A soft whisper rises. Thank you, Lord, for these small moments, for your presence in every leaf, every ripple, every breath. The figure pauses by a small pool formed at the base of a mossy boulder, water still and glassy, reflecting the moon and stars above. Kneeling, the hands dip into the pool, sending gentle ripples outward. Watching them expand, the figure considers the quiet ways that God's love moves through the world, unseen, steady, reaching every corner of life. The reflection of the stars in the water seems to dance, a soft mirror of hope and calm. Fingers trace tiny patterns along the surface, delighting in the delicate movement, feeling each ripple as a gentle echo of prayer and trust. Soft rustle of birch leaves, distant stream babble. Rising, the figure steps carefully along the path, feeling the cool night air against the skin, inhaling deeply. The scent of pine and damp earth fills the lungs, carrying a quiet reassurance. Eyes wander to the horizon where the moon rests low, casting silver light over the rolling landscape beyond the trees. The vastness of the night sky, filled with stars, brings a gentle perspective that life continues in countless quiet, ordered patterns, each guided by a steady, loving presence. A gentle thought surfaces. Lord, help me to see your care even in the quiet corners, even when the world feels still and small. In the distance, a family of deer emerges from the shadows, moving slowly, grazing among the grasses. The figure watches them with soft attention, heart quiet, feeling the gentle pulse of life in sync with the evening. There is no rush, no urgency, only the calm, deliberate unfolding of presence. Fingers graze the grass as they continue along the path, noticing the dew clinging to each blade, each droplet catching the faint moonlight, a tiny jewel reflecting patience, care and serenity. Gentle night breeze, faint stream babble. The figure reaches a small wooden bridge over the stream, stepping lightly across the planks. The water beneath flows steadily, murmuring against stones and moss, carrying with it a sense of quiet constancy. Pausing, the figure rests a hand on the railing, closing the eyes briefly. The cool wood and gentle sound bring a sense of ease, a quiet invitation to trust, to surrender the mind to a rhythm larger than oneself. A soft prayer rises. Keep my heart attuned to your care, Lord, and my spirit open to your guidance. A soft rustle in the leaves signals a small owl perched silently on a branch, blinking slowly. The figure smiles faintly, acknowledging the silent companionship, feeling a kinship with all creatures that move through the night with gentle awareness. Hands rest lightly on the lap, shoulders easing, and the path forward seems less like a journey and more like a quiet unfolding, a shared walk under the watchful, tender presence of God. Soft night insects, distant water trickle. The figure reaches a gentle hill, looking down over the forest below. Moonlight paints the treetops silver, each leaf and branch etched in quiet illumination. Sitting on a low stone at the summit, the figure leans back, feeling the cool stone, the soft night air, and the gentle sway of nearby grasses. Every sound, every shadow, every flicker of light carries the subtle weight of God's constant care. Fingers brush over the rough stone, tracing gentle lines, imagining that each stroke carries gratitude, attention, and a small offering of faith. A final exhale carries the awareness of presence, of guidance, of calm. The figure leans back fully, letting the chest rise and fall in sync with the rhythm of the night. Thoughts drift like the wind through the trees, gentle, effortless, and serene. There is no rush, no expectation, only the quiet confidence of being watched over, of being known, of being tenderly held. A soft whisper rises in the heart. Lord, in this stillness I find you, and in you I rest. Under the silver glow of the moon, each step whispers a gentle reminder of God's presence. The night has deepened, and the air carries a softness that wraps around the figure like a warm shawl. Shadows stretch lazily across the forest floor, moving with the subtle sway of the trees. The path, now lined with ferns and soft moss, glows faintly under the moonlight, offering a gentle guide forward. Each step presses softly into the earth, leaving fleeting impressions that are soon softened by the evening breeze. A sense of stillness settles into the body, each inhalation drawing in the cool, fragrant air, each exhale releasing the tension of the day. soft rustle of leaves, distant hoot of an owl. A small brook flows nearby, its water tinkling over stones in a gentle melody that complements the rhythm of the steps. Kneeling at the edge, the figure dips a hand into the clear water, feeling the slight chill in the smooth stones beneath the surface. Tiny ripples fan outward, mirroring a quiet prayer. Lord, let my heart remain gentle, my steps steady, and my spirit aligned with your care. The reflection of the moon in the water shimmers softly, as though the heavens themselves nod in affirmation. The figure smiles faintly, appreciating the simplicity of the moment and the intimacy of being surrounded by such quiet beauty. The path bends slightly, leading into a grove of pine trees whose needles catch the moonlight, sparkling like countless tiny lanterns. The figure pauses, placing a hand lightly against the trunk of a pine, feeling its steady strength. A slow, deep breath draws in the resinous scent, a fragrance that seems to anchor the soul, offering a quiet reminder of enduring presence and steadfast care. Above, the stars peek through the canopy, twinkling faintly, each one like a tiny promise, a quiet witness to the constancy of love that stretches beyond sight and time. Wind through pine needles, soft creak babble. The figure moves along, noticing small movements. A rabbit pauses to nibble at tender shoots. A moth flutters lazily near a patch of wildflowers, and fireflies continue their gentle dance above the grass. Each tiny movement feels deliberate, a natural rhythm in harmony with the heartbeat of the night. Fingers brush against soft ferns, leaves trembling at the slightest touch, sending ripples through the undergrowth. Every step, every glance is a meditation, a wordless dialogue with the world, an acknowledgement of the presence that permeates all life. The path widens slightly, opening to a small meadow where dew-kissed grass glistens in the moonlight. Here the figure stops, taking a deep breath, and sinks slowly to sit among the blades of grass. The earth beneath feels cool yet comforting, grounding in its steadfastness. Above, the sky stretches wide, a tapestry of stars that seem to pulse gently with the quiet rhythm of the universe. Each twinkle, each distant glimmer is a soft reassurance, a reminder that life continues, tender and deliberate, under the watchful care of the Creator. Soft night breeze, distant rustle of small animals. A gentle sound of wings brushing against the night air draws the figure's attention upward. A pair of owls glide silently across the clearing, their feathers catching the faint silver of the moonlight. The figure watches with quiet fascination, appreciating the effortless grace of their movement, the gentle way they navigate the darkness. A soft thought rises, unspoken yet profound. Lord, may I move through life with such calm awareness, trusting your guidance even when the path is shadowed. Near the edge of the meadow, a small wooden bench rests beneath a lone maple tree, its leaves fluttering softly. The figure approaches and sits, letting the back rest against the rough wood, feeling the slight texture through clothing. Fingers graze the bark, tracing patterns and textures, allowing the tactile connection to deepen the sense of being present in the moment. Each breath draws in the scent of the tree, mingled with the earthy fragrance of the meadow, carrying with it a profound sense of comfort and belonging. Soft rustling leaves, distant stream murmur. As the figure sits, eyes wander across the meadow, taking in the subtle movements of the night. A hedgehog carefully navigating the grass, the gentle sway of tall grasses under the moonlight, and the faint shimmer of dew along the edges of a nearby pond. Every detail seems intentional, each element a small expression of divine care. Kneeling slightly, the figure traces a finger along the surface of the bench, noticing small indentations and imperfections, each one unique, each one a quiet testament to time and resilience. From the bench, the figure notices the path leading onward, a gentle incline towards a cluster of silver birches. Light filters through the leaves, casting delicate shadows across the forest floor, moving subtly with the night breeze. Stepping slowly, the figure moves forward, each footfall measured, mindful, as though walking not just through the forest but through a meditation of trust and faith. Each step resonates with the quiet cadence of prayer, a wordless acknowledgement of presence and protection. Soft night wind, distant owl call. At the crest of the incline, the figure pauses, looking back over the meadow. The moonlight bathes the landscape in soft silver, illuminating the contours of the land, the gentle rise and fall of the grasses, the tranquil pond, and the dark silhouette of the distant trees. A deep breath fills the lungs, and the figure feels a wave of serenity, a gentle reassurance that every step, every choice, every quiet moment is held within a larger, tender embrace. Hands rest softly on the knees, fingers curling into the palms, as if holding the peace that now settles fully into the heart. A small cluster of wildflowers at the edge of the path catches the figure's attention. Kneeling, the fingers brush lightly against the petals, feeling their delicate texture, noting their subtle fragrance. The simple act becomes a prayer, a quiet gesture of gratitude and trust. Lord, I see your care in the smallest thing. Help me carry this gentleness into my waking hours, and keep my heart attuned to your presence. The petals tremble slightly in the breeze, as though in silent response, a soft affirmation of connection. Gentle night breeze, soft stream babble. Rising slowly, the figure continues along the path, each step deliberate, grounded, and full of quiet reverence. The moon casts a silver glow along the trail, highlighting the mossy rocks, the dew-laden leaves, and the gentle slope ahead. Every sight, sound, and sensation becomes part of an unfolding conversation with the night, a soft exchange between the human spirit and the ever-present love that surrounds it. The mind quiets further, the heart eases, and each step becomes a meditation in faith, trust, and stillness. The path leads to a small clearing where the trees part slightly, revealing the distant silhouette of hills against the moonlit sky. Sitting upon a low rock, the figure allows the gaze to wander, taking in the vast expanse of the night. The quiet shimmer of stars mirrored faintly in the dew on the grass. A final thought drifts through. In this stillness, I feel you, Lord, closer than ever, and I am at peace. The body relaxes fully, the breath smooth and steady, and the heart absorbs the calm of the night, trusting in the tender care that holds every moment. The soft sigh of the pines seems to murmur blessings over the quiet world. The evening settles slowly, as though the sky itself is inhaling and holding a moment of calm. Shades of lavender and deep indigo sweep across the horizon, fading gradually into the dark velvet of night. A gentle wind stirs the treetops, carrying with it the scent of pine and the faint sweetness of distant wildflowers. The path beneath the figure's feet is softened by a layer of fallen needles, each step muffled, creating a rhythm that mirrors the heartbeat of the forest. Every sound, every rustle feels intentional, part of a larger harmony, a quiet orchestration that seems to resonate with the very soul. Soft whisper of wind through pines, distant owl hoot. The figure pauses beside a particularly tall pine, its trunk sturdy and textured, bark worn smooth in places by the passage of years. Fingers trail gently over the grooves, feeling the strength and endurance embedded in the wood. A small prayer rises, simple and wordless. Lord, grant me patience, the quiet strength to endure, and the awareness of your presence in every steadfast thing. The pine sways slightly, needles brushing against one another, producing a soft, almost musical sound, a lullaby of resilience. The figure smiles faintly, heart lifted by the subtle reminder that life continues, tenderly held and guided. Nearby, a small brook courses along the forest floor, its waters clear and sparkling faintly under the emerging moonlight. Kneeling, the figure scoops up a handful, feeling the coolness slide between the fingers before dripping them back into the current. The water's movement creates ripples that catch the silver glow, reflecting the night sky in tiny, fragmented mirrors. This gentle motion brings a quiet meditation. Each ripple, each wave, a testament to God's tender care, unseen yet profoundly present, guiding and sustaining life with a rhythm beyond comprehension. Soft trickle of water, gentle rustle of leaves. Moving onward, the figure notices small signs of life in the dim light. A moth flutters lazily near the edge of the path. A rabbit pauses in the grass, alert but unafraid. And fireflies begin their slow dance. Tiny lanterns that float like stars fall into earth. Each small creature, each delicate movement seems purposeful, reminding the observer that God's hand reaches even the smallest lives. Kneeling to adjust a fallen leaf along the path, the figure imagines the care with which every detail of creation is maintained, a reflection of the divine patience and attention that mirrors the heart's own need for gentle guidance. The path opens into a wider clearing where the grass is soft, dew-laden, and sways in a delicate wave under the night breeze. Here, the figure pauses, letting the body settle into the earth, feeling the grounding coolness beneath the legs. The eyes lift to the sky, now sprinkled with countless stars, each one a quiet affirmation of constancy and grace. The mind wanders across the heavens, imagining the vastness of creation and the tender care that holds it all. A soft exhale becomes a prayer. Thank you, Lord, for the vastness that comforts and the intimacy that sustains. Gentle night breeze, distant creek babble. Nearby, a cluster of wildflowers catches the figure's attention, pale petals glowing faintly in the moonlight. Kneeling, fingers brush over their soft texture, and the faint fragrance drifts into the air. Each small bloom seems to carry a message of quiet resilience and gentle hope, a reminder that beauty persists even in the shadows. The figure bends closer, breathing in the scent, letting it mingle with the crisp night air. And in that small act, the heart feels a profound calm, a reassurance that every moment holds a whisper of divine presence. A fallen log lies across the edge of the clearing, moss-covered and soft. The figure perches lightly on it, letting hands rest on the rough, textured surface, appreciating the history it represents. Tiny insects crawl along the moss, delicate movements that seem synchronized with the rhythm of the night. Watching them, the figure reflects on the unseen work that sustains life, the quiet diligence that mirrors the unseen care of the Creator. Each small act of existence is observed with gentle gratitude, a recognition that the world is tended with infinite patience. Soft rustle of leaves, distant owl call. As the figure continues, the path narrows slightly, leading into a thicket of slender birch trees. Their white bark gleams softly under the moon, and the leaves shimmer with a silver glow. Walking carefully, the figure feels the subtle unevenness beneath the feet, each step deliberate, mindful, a quiet meditation on presence and attentiveness. The branches occasionally brush against shoulders and hands, sending small shivers of sensation, gentle reminders of being fully in the moment. a quiet thought arises. May I remain present, Lord, aware of your guidance, attentive to your quiet miracles. The path begins a gentle incline, leading toward a small hilltop, where the figure can see the surrounding forest stretching endlessly. Here, the moonlight casts long, delicate shadows, and the wind carries a chorus of subtle night sounds. The rustle of leaves, the distant splash of water, and the occasional call of a night bird. The figure stops, taking a deep breath, letting the chest expand fully, exhaling slowly. Each breath feels like a quiet prayer, a soft communion with the presence that surrounds and fills every moment. A small stone, smooth and cool, lies at the edge of the hilltop. The figure picks it up, turning it gently in the hand, feeling its weight, its texture. In the simplicity of this act, a reflection surfaces. Even small, unnoticed things are held with care, just as the heart is cradled in the hands of God. Sitting on the grass, the stone placed gently beside, the figure feels a profound peace settle in, a quiet understanding that every detail of life, every step along the path, is imbued with love and purpose. Soft night wind, gentle rustle of leaves. The figure gazes across the meadow below, observing the interplay of moonlight and shadow, the glimmering dew, and the subtle movements of creatures stirring in the grass. Each detail becomes a meditation, a wordless acknowledgement of presence and care. Kneeling briefly to touch the soft grass, the fingertips brushing against dew-laden blades, a prayer emerges silently. Lord, let my heart be as tender as these blades, receptive to your quiet, constant guidance. The path now curves gently toward a cluster of oaks, their thick trunks offering a sense of protection, their leaves whispering softly in the wind. The figure moves slowly, respecting the stillness, each step intentional. A deep, calm thought arises. Here, in the stillness, I am held. Here in the quiet, I am known. The hands occasionally graze bark, the feet press softly into the earth, and every movement feels like a humble act of communion with the night and its maker. Soft, rustling leaves, distant owl hoot. At the top of the incline, the figure pauses to look back, taking in the path travelled. The moon glimmers through the trees, casting silver pools across the ground. A small smile curves the lips, a quiet acknowledgement of the journey and the gentle guidance that accompanied each step. The figure breathes deeply, the night air filling the lungs with its cool, fragrant calm. Fingers rest lightly on the knees, and a soft prayer of thanks rises. Thank you, Lord, for every moment, for every small gesture, for the quiet presence that carries me through. The path ahead remains soft and inviting, leading gently down toward a meadow where the night flowers bloom, their faint fragrance blending with the scent of pine and earth. The figure walks slowly, each step a deliberate acknowledgement of God's care, each breath a quiet song of gratitude. Here, the night feels infinite, filled with small wonders that reflect the steady, gentle love that holds all things. The heart is full, the mind at peace, and every fibre of being resonates with a calm that comes from the awareness of divine presence. The soft glow of the moon seems to cradle the world in gentle light. The night stretches like a calm sea, smooth and undisturbed over the quiet meadow. Each blade of grass shimmers faintly in the silver moonlight, dew droplets catching and refracting light in tiny prisms that flicker like distant stars fallen to the earth. The air is cool, tinged with the scent of wildflowers and damp earth, carrying the soft hum of night insects and the occasional rustle of small creatures moving through the underbrush. With every step along the winding path, the figure feels the supple softness of the grass beneath their feet, each movement deliberate, gentle, as if not to disturb the serene world around them. Soft rustle of grass, faint cricket song. Pausing by a small cluster of daisies, the figure crouches down, brushing fingertips lightly over the delicate petals. Their fragrance is subtle but sweet, filling the quiet night with a tender aroma. The figure inhales slowly, letting each breath become a whispered prayer. Lord, let me notice the small gifts of life, the quiet moments of beauty and rest in your tender care. A gentle breeze carries the scent deeper, rustling the leaves nearby, and the soft dance of shadows among the flowers seems almost deliberate, orchestrated by unseen hands that care for the smallest details of creation. Nearby, a shallow stream winds its way through the meadow, water glinting under the moon like a ribbon of liquid silver. Kneeling, the figure cups the cool water and lets it run over their hands, observing the ripples it creates and the soft musical gurgle of its movement. Each ripple is a quiet meditation, a gentle reminder that God's love flows continuously, touching every corner of life, unseen yet deeply present. The eyes follow the stream as it curves past stones worn smooth by time, each one a testament to patience and endurance, a reflection of the quiet strength that sustains all creation. Soft water gurgle, rustling reeds. The figure continues walking, guided by the soft moonlight and the occasional glimmer of stars. A pair of rabbits pause in the grass ahead, ears flicking gently as they observe the presence. The figure slows, giving space and offering a quiet nod to the small observers, feeling a connection to the world's delicate rhythm. Every creature, every subtle movement carries a lesson in humility and awareness. The quiet acknowledgement of life around them becomes a silent act of worship, a demonstration of gratitude for the interconnectedness of creation and the gentle care that holds it all. Along the path, fallen leaves curl slightly in the night air, whispering as they shift with the breeze. The figure stoops occasionally to lift a particularly bright leaf, observing its intricate veins, the soft texture between fingers, and letting it fall back into the grass with reverent care. The smallest details feel sacred here, as if each leaf, each ripple, each whisper of the night carries a message from the Creator. A small prayer rises with the exhale. May I be mindful, Lord, of your presence in every subtle sign, every quiet miracle. The path gently rises toward a small hill where the figure can see the meadow stretch in soft undulations, moonlight pooling in dips and creating shadows that shift ever so gently with the passing breeze. The figure walks slowly, each step intentional, aware of the delicate balance beneath their feet, feeling the earth yield slightly with each movement. The sense of being supported, of moving in a world designed with care, becomes almost tangible. A sensation of God's unseen hand holding, guiding, sustaining. Gentle night breeze, distant owl call. Reaching the crest of the hill, the figure sits on a smooth rock, cool under the moonlight, and gazes across the meadow below. Fireflies begin to dot the landscape, tiny lanterns that hover and drift in random patterns, each one a glimmer of quiet joy. Kneeling, the figure cups one briefly in their hands, marveling at its soft, pulsing glow, before releasing it gently back into the night. In that small gesture, the heart feels the reassurance of God's gentle attention to even the tiniest elements of life, a reminder that care and love extend to all creation, both seen and unseen. In the distance, a grove of oaks sways softly, their leaves rustling in the night wind. The figure rises, walking slowly toward them, each step a deliberate act of awareness, letting the natural sounds guide the rhythm of their own breathing. Fingers brush lightly over rough bark, tracing the grooves and ridges, feeling the strength and stability embodied in these trees. The tactile connection, combined with the quiet night, brings a calm warmth to the heart, an intimate understanding of presence, constancy, and enduring care. Rustle of leaves, faint night insect hum. Near the edge of the grove, a small owl perches silently on a low branch. Its eyes gleam faintly in the moonlight, observing the figure without fear. The figure pauses, noting the delicate curve of its feathers, the quiet stillness, and breathes a soft prayer. Thank you, Lord, for the wisdom that is gentle, the watchfulness that is kind, and the presence that never wavers. The owl flutters lightly, almost imperceptibly, a small motion that mirrors the stillness of the night, reminding the figure of the silent guardianship that surrounds all things. The figure finds a patch of soft moss at the base of a nearby oak and kneels, letting hands sink into the texture. The moss feels like a natural cushion, firm yet yielding, and the figure closes their eyes briefly, listening to the symphony of the night. The whisper of the wind, the trickle of the stream, the faint rustle of leaves, the occasional distant call of a night bird. In this combination of sensory elements, a deep calm settles over the body and spirit, a tangible sense of connection to a presence that watches, protects, and guides. Soft wind, distant stream trickle. A small path of moonlit stones leads deeper into the grove. The figure follows slowly, noting the subtle changes in light and shadow, the way the air carries the fragrance of damp earth and pine needles. Each step is deliberate, a meditation on being present, being held, being mindful of the quiet miracle surrounding every movement. The heart opens, softening as thoughts of past burdens and worries drift gently aside, replaced with a sense of trust and assurance. The figure pauses beside a fallen branch, moss-covered and cool. Picking it up, they trace the lines and the curves, marvelling at the intricate patterns carved by time and weather. Each mark seems purposeful, a testament to endurance and quiet transformation. The figure kneels, placing the branch carefully back on the ground, whispering a small prayer. Lord, teach me patience. Let me grow in awareness, in gentleness, in quiet faith. As the figure continues, the moon rises higher, spilling light more fully across the meadow. Dew on grass catches the glow, creating a soft shimmer like scattered starlight. Tiny insects hum in the underbrush, their vibrations barely perceptible yet soothing. A fox passes silently in the distance, pausing briefly to observe, then melting into shadow. Every subtle movement, every faint sound reinforces the sense of a world held with infinite care. Gentle night breeze, faint insect hum. The path eventually curves toward a small, tranquil pond, the surface reflecting the moon and surrounding trees. The figure kneels, tracing fingers along the edge, feeling the cool water, watching the slight ripples expand outward. Each ripple becomes a meditation, a visual prayer, the movement of water carrying away worry, leaving behind clarity and peace. Breathing deeply, the figure feels a profound sense of stillness, a heart aware of being cradled, mind soothed, spirit rested. Softly the figure sits on the grass, legs folded, eyes scanning the quiet pond, listening to the evening's gentle orchestra, the whisper of wind through reeds, the faint chirping of crickets, the distant call of a night bird. The mind settles into the rhythm of the natural world, each moment an invitation to be still, to be aware of the subtle guidance and love that permeate every leaf, every ripple, every breath. The gentle glow of lanterns reflects softly on the river, guiding the way to peace. The evening air carries a cool freshness, tinged with the scent of wet earth and rippling water. The river, calm and steady, winds its way through the meadow, reflecting the lanterns that have been carefully placed along the banks. Each lantern casts a warm circle of light, illuminating the grass and wild flowers, highlighting the soft textures of the earth and creating small pockets of tranquility that seem to invite quiet reflection. The figure walks slowly along the river bank, feet brushing through the soft grass, hands occasionally lifting to touch the stems of flowers or to feel the smooth surface of stones. Each movement is measured, deliberate, as though the world itself moves in quiet reverence alongside them. Soft river lapping, distant owl hoot. Pausing beside a particularly bright lantern, the figure kneels to adjust its wick, ensuring that the flame burns steadily. The flickering light dances across their hands, across the petals of nearby flowers and onto the gentle ripples of the water. A deep inhalation brings the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, subtle yet potent, filling the senses and anchoring the spirit in the present moment. The figure murmurs a quiet prayer. Lord, let me walk in your light, even when shadows stir, and feel your calm in every gentle motion around me. The soft glow seems to answer back, a silent affirmation in every flicker and shimmer across the water. Further along, a family of ducks glides smoothly across the river, their webbed feet barely disturbing the mirrored surface. The figure bends slightly, observing the tiny ripples that trail behind them. Each ripple seems to carry away small worries, leaving only serenity in its wake. Watching the birds, hearing the soft rustle of reeds in the night wind, the figure feels a quiet connection to God's creation, a reminder of care and presence that extends to every living being, no matter how small. Soft water ripple, reeds brushing. A willow tree arches gracefully over the riverbank, its long branches dipping toward the water, creating curtains of shadow and light that sway gently in the evening breeze. The figure reaches out to touch the delicate leaves, feeling the cool, slightly damp texture, and lets the hand linger. A gentle breath of wind passes, carrying the faint scent of moss and river stones, mingling with the warmth of lantern light. In this simple gesture, the figure experiences a profound stillness, a quiet whisper of God's attention to even the smallest movements, the softest sounds, the tenderest details of life. Along the path, fireflies begin their silent dance, weaving between the lanterns, casting brief points of golden light that float like tiny stars in the night. The figure kneels occasionally to let a firefly settle briefly on their hand, marveling at its soft glow and gentle heartbeat. "Thank you, Lord," they whisper, "for these little lights that remind me of your presence even in the quietest, darkest hours." Each firefly's brief illumination seems a reassurance, a tiny beacon of hope and comfort that life, in all its delicate intricacy, is held by a hand far wiser than our own. Firefly hum, soft night breeze. The riverbank opens into a small clearing where the lanterns are clustered, casting warm pools of light across the grass. The figure steps carefully into the clearing, noticing the way shadows bend and twist with the lantern glow, the soft hush of grass underfoot, and the occasional flutter of wings from nearby birds. Kneeling, the figure touches the ground, letting fingertips graze the earth, feeling its cool firmness and the slight give beneath. This connection with the earth becomes a meditation, each point of contact a reminder of God's intimate presence in the fabric of the world. Across the river, a small heron stands silently in shallow water, one leg tucked beneath its body. The figure watches without moving, appreciating the stillness, the patience, the quiet elegance of the bird. The heron's reflection shimmers in the rippling water, creating a mirror image that seems almost otherworldly. In that reflection, the figure senses a quiet assurance that even in solitude, even in moments of stillness and observation, one is never alone. God's watchful gaze extends to every creature, every leaf, every ripple, a reminder of gentle, unwavering care. Gentle waterlap, distant frog croak. The figure walks slowly to a smooth, flat stone by the river's edge, placing hands upon it and feeling the cool surface under fingertips. Kneeling, they dip hands lightly into the flowing water, letting it slip through fingers and reflect the lantern light in delicate sparkles. The sound is soft, melodic, almost like a lullaby for the soul. A rhythmic whisper that synchronizes with the figure's own breathing. Each inhale and exhale a quiet acknowledgement of life's continuity, God's faithful presence, and the peace that comes when one slows, notices, and rests in the moment. Softly the figure lays down beside the river on a patch of moss, closing eyes and feeling the subtle vibrations of the earth beneath. The night air carries a gentle chill, softened by the warmth of nearby lanterns, and the figure draws knees up slightly, arms resting loosely around them. The gentle sway of willow branches above, the rustle of reeds, the occasional distant bird call, all form a natural chorus that encourages reflection and calm. Thoughts of past troubles drift slowly away, carried like leaves on the river, leaving a sense of serenity that flows into body and mind alike. Soft wind, water gurgle, distant owl call. A subtle scent of lavender drifts from a small patch nearby, and the figure inhales deeply, noticing the slight tingle at the back of the throat and the gentle calm that settles in the chest. Each breath becomes a mantra of faith. God is here. God watches. God protects. The lanterns sway slightly in the breeze, casting moving pools of warmth across the figure's resting place, and the ripples on the water catch. The light in fleeting sparkles. The night feels both expansive and intimate, vast in its quiet expanse, yet close, as though God's presence is a tangible embrace around all that moves and rests within it. Further down the bank, the river curves, forming a small eddy that catches moonlight in a perfect silver circle. The figure kneels beside it, observing the swirling reflections and the gentle eddying motion of water, and feels a deep sense of participation in the rhythm of the world. Fingers trace small ripples, watching them dissipate into calm again, each one a lesson in patience, presence, and the quiet constancy of God's care. The heart softens further, breathing in time with the water, and a quiet smile forms on the lips, a smile born not of circumstance, but of awareness of grace and protection surrounding all life. The lanterns continue to line the path, guiding the figure along the river, each step an intimate dance with light and shadow, sound and scent, movement and stillness. The river hums softly, leaves brush gently with the wind, and fireflies continue their dance, tiny sparks of life in the peaceful night. The figure pauses often, allowing time to rest, to absorb, to feel the steady, unwavering rhythm of God's presence mirrored in the natural world. Each breath, each glance, each delicate movement of the night carries reassurance that faith, when quiet and attentive, is a profound source of peace. Soft river flow, gentle night insects. Finally, the figure reaches a small wooden bench beneath an ancient oak, the lantern's glow creating a protective circle around it. Sitting, they lean back slightly, shoulders releasing tension, hands resting gently on knees, eyes close briefly, and a soft exhale of gratitude escapes. The night is still, the river murmurs, and the soft brush of leaves overhead completes the lullaby of creation. Within this serene cocoon, the figure feels a deep, sustaining sense of calm, an intimate reminder that God is near, that faith brings stillness, and that even in the quietest hours, one is held completely and tenderly. As twilight drifts across the sky, each whisper carries a quiet prayer to God. The fading light of day spills gently over the horizon, painting the clouds in soft shades of lavender and rose. The air is still, except for the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale hidden among the trees. The figure walks along a narrow path, lined with wildflowers whose petals catch the last glow of sunlight. Each step is measured, the soles of shoes brushing softly against the earth, connecting with the soil in its steady, grounding presence. Fingers trail lightly along tall stalks of grass, sensing the gentle resistance of stems and the smooth touch of dew-coated leaves. A quiet inhalation fills the lungs with the fragrance of damp earth and blossoms, an aroma that seems to wrap the spirit in gentle reassurance. Evening breeze, soft rustle of leaves. The figure stopped beside a small clearing where a wooden cross stands, its surface weathered and smooth beneath hands that lift to touch it. Kneeling, they lower their head, letting eyes close and breaths deepen. Lord, the whisper escapes, soft as the twilight itself. Hear these words, and let your peace descend upon me as gently as the evening sky. The fading light brushes the cross with a delicate glow, and for a moment the world seems to pause, allowing the prayer to settle in the hush between night and day. The gentle lap of a nearby stream reinforces the rhythm of stillness, each tiny wavelet a reminder of God's constant presence, quietly shaping the world with unwavering care. Along the path, the figure notices a family of rabbits emerging from the underbrush, their fur catching the low light like soft drifting clouds. The rabbits pause, ears twitching attentively, before moving gracefully into the open meadow. Watching them, the figure feels the soft rhythm of life in harmony with all creation, a sacred choreography that reflects divine patience and gentle guidance. A small smile forms as the body relaxes further, shoulders loosening, hands resting lightly upon knees. Each detail, the glint of a rabbit's eye, the soft sway of grass, the shimmering surface of the stream, speaks a quiet language of care, woven seamlessly into the evening air. Soft stream babble, distant bird song. A little farther, fireflies begin to emerge, scattering their ephemeral glow across the meadow. The figure kneels occasionally to let one rest briefly on a finger, marvelling at its brief luminescence. Each tiny light becomes a symbol of hope, a testament to God's tender attention to even the smallest parts of life. Breath flows slowly and evenly in sync with the gentle flicker of these tiny living candles. With each inhalation, the spirit feels lighter. With each exhalation, tension releases, leaving only calm and a deepened awareness of divine presence. The figure continues toward the stream's bend, where the water flows around smooth stones, forming miniature eddies that catch the last gleams of daylight. Kneeling by the water, hands dip into the cool surface, feeling it slip between fingers like liquid silk. The soft murmur of moving water becomes a meditative rhythm, echoing the steady pulse of faith and trust. Guide me, Lord, the figure breathes, through shadowed moments and uncertain paths. Let me rest in your light, steady as this flowing water, calm as the twilight air. The surface ripples reflect 1,000 tiny stars as night descends, each one seeming to echo the whispered prayers of countless hearts seeking comfort and guidance. Water ripple, night insects hum. Nearby, an oak tree stands tall, branches stretching high into the encroaching darkness. The figure leans back slightly against its trunk, letting the textured bark press gently into the spine, grounding them in the present. The wind rustles softly through the leaves, carrying whispers of the forest, soft creaks, the distant shuffle of small creatures, and the subtle scent of moss and fallen leaves. In this gentle symphony, there is a resonance of God's care, a reminder that all life moves in harmony, even when unseen, and that one's own small life is tenderly cradled within the vastness of creation. Across the stream, a heron lifts silently from the shallow water, wings outstretched, gliding with grace into the growing darkness. Its reflection shimmers, elongated and distorted on the water's surface, a delicate dance of shadow and light. Watching its movement, the figure feels a gentle awe, a quiet appreciation of patience and vigilance. The night deepens slowly, and with it comes the comfort of knowing that, like the heron and the flowing stream, one can move with assurance and trust in the unseen hand that guides all things. Soft wing flap, gentle night breeze. The figure moves further along the stream, noticing the moon beginning its ascent, casting a soft silver sheen across the water. Lanterns placed along the path now appear as steadfast guardians, their golden glow mingling with moonlight to create a serene tapestry of illumination. Pausing to adjust one lantern's wick, the figure watches the flame dance, the light catching on the flowing water and dappling the surrounding grass. In the quiet intimacy of these actions, small, deliberate, attentive, there is a profound meditation on care, faith, and God's gentle presence in every detail. By a particularly wide bend in the river, the figure sits on a smooth rock, letting the knees draw up, arms resting loosely, eyes following the water as it glides past. Each ripple, each soft reflection seems to carry away thoughts of worry, leaving the mind spacious and quiet. The surrounding night hums with life in subtle, reassuring ways. The low chorus of crickets, the occasional rustle of leaves, the soft glint of distant stars reflected on water. Every sound, every movement reinforces the sense that life is cradled, guided, and watched over. Crickets, soft water flow. A gentle exhale passes through the figure, a surrendering to the evening and its rhythms. Thoughts of past anxieties dissolve in the shadows, replaced by awareness of quiet sustenance, of God's steady hand on life's fragile currents. Small gestures such as straightening the lanterns, brushing off the grass, or gently lifting a stray twig from the path become prayers in themselves, acknowledgements of God's omnipresent care in the smallest details of the world. As darkness settles fully, the figure rises slowly, walking back along the path with measured steps, hands occasionally brushing along stems of tall grass or the smooth surface of river stones. Each footstep is a meditation, a tangible rhythm of gratitude and awareness, of faith lived through the quiet attentiveness to life surrounding them. Fireflies continue their dance, lanterns continue to glow, and the river flows endlessly, a quiet hymn to constancy, care, and enduring peace. The figure stops briefly at the final lantern, kneeling to adjust the flame, letting its gentle light mingle with moonlight. "Thank you, Lord," comes the whispered prayer, soft and steady, "for the calm, for your presence, for the steady guidance of your hand." The river mirrors the sky, the trees sway gently, and the figure feels a quiet completion, a sense of being exactly where they are meant to be, observed, loved, and guided. Under the silver glow of the moon, quiet thoughts find their way to God. The night deepens, the sky a vast canvas of indigo and scattered stars. A gentle breeze stirs, carrying the subtle scent of pine and damp earth, weaving through the figure's hair as they walk along a narrow leaf-strewn path. Each step is deliberate, the soft crunch of fallen leaves underfoot blending with the occasional whisper of wind through the trees. The air holds a crisp chill, yet a warmth radiates inward, a quiet reminder of comfort that does not depend on the body, but on the soul. Night breeze through pine needles. The figure pauses near a small pond, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the moon's gentle arch across the sky. The water ripples softly as a fish rises briefly, then disappears beneath the surface, leaving gentle rings spreading outward. Kneeling, the figure lets fingertips brush the water, feeling its cool, fluid presence slip between their fingers. It is as though each ripple carries away the weight of worries, tiny disturbances fading into the calm embrace of night. A quiet prayer escapes their lips. Lord, let my heart rest in your presence, even in the silent hours, even in shadows I cannot name. Crickets hum softly in the underbrush, a steady chorus accompanying the distant hoot of an owl. The figure stands and breathes slowly, feeling the rhythmic rise and fall of their chest, harmonize with the natural pulse of the night. Each inhalation draws in the serene scent of wet earth and night-blooming flowers. Each exhalation releases tension and lingering unease. In this gentle cadence there is a soft meditation on trust, a surrender to the enduring care of God, steady as the stars above, and the quiet reflection of the moon on the pond surface. A few steps along the path, a fallen branch catches the moonlight, its gnarled surface etched with tiny patterns of lichen and moss. The figure bends, brushing away loose leaves to reveal its quiet texture, marveling at the patient artistry of creation. Even in the smallest unnoticed corners of the world, there is a meticulous, tender presence that speaks of divine attention. Fingers linger for a moment, tracing the ridges, and a whisper rises. Even in the smallest details, you are here, Lord, watching, guiding, sustaining. Soft rustle of leaves, distant nightbird. Continuing along the winding trail, the figure comes upon a grove of silver birches, their slender trunks glowing softly. In the moonlight, shadows stretch long, intertwining, dancing with the gentle sway of branches overhead. The figure rests a hand on one tree, feeling its smooth bark, cool and reassuring, grounding their spirit. Kneeling briefly, they press a palm to the earth beneath, sensing the quiet pulse of life, the tiny vibrations of soil, the faint murmur of roots seeking water, the whisper of life that is largely unseen yet essential. Each connection, subtle as it may seem, becomes a quiet affirmation of God's omnipresent care and a reminder of the safety inherent in being exactly where one is meant to be. Near the centre of the grove, a small firefly drifts lazily past, its ephemeral glow a delicate punctuation in the moonlit scene. The figure follows its path with attentive eyes, noting the subtle flickers of light and shadow dancing across the forest floor. Lord, they murmur, your guidance is in the tiniest of lights, the quietest of movements. Help me to see and follow even when the way seems dim. The firefly settles briefly on a low branch, hovering with a gentle glow as if affirming the prayer, then drifts away into the deeper night, leaving only a soft, lingering warmth in the heart. Firefly hum, leaves rustling. The path leads gently downward to a clearing where a small chapel stands, its silhouette bathed in silver moonlight. The figure approaches quietly, hands clasped loosely before them, and steps onto the stone path, each footfall careful, mindful. The wooden doors, worn smooth with years of hands passing over them, swing open with a soft creak, revealing a simple interior lit by a few steady candles. The scent of wax and aged wood mingles with the night air drifting through open windows. Kneeling at a pew, the figure rests, forehead lightly against polished wood, listening to the soft rhythm of their own breath, finding a quiet harmony with the stillness within the chapel. A single candle flickers in the corner, casting long, gentle shadows across the worn floor. Hands reach to adjust it, steadying the flame so it burns with even soft light. The figure's gaze follows the dancing shadows, each movement a reminder of life's fleeting moments and the constancy of God's presence within them. Outside, the wind hums softly through the eaves, a lullaby that mingles with the distant rustle of trees, the gentle drip of evening dew and the whispered chorus of night creatures. In this intricate tapestry of small, delicate sounds, there is a profound sense of being held, of safety enveloping every fibre of the being. The figure bows their head in prayer, speaking softly of gratitude and trust. Fingers trace the lines of the wood, the faint carved patterns of leaves and vines, noticing the care and artistry that mirrors divine attention. Thoughts drift like clouds across the night sky, memories, hopes, quiet concerns, but each is set gently aside, acknowledged and released into God's tender care. The stillness fills every space between breaths, the heart settling into a rhythm both grounding and liberating. Wind through eaves, distant water, trickle. After a long moment, the figure rises, moving slowly toward the chapel door. Each step is careful, mindful of the echo against the stone floor, the soft candlelight casting warmth across the walls. Outside, the moonlight bathes the clearing, silver and serene. Shadows of branches stretch across the ground, shifting subtly with the night breeze. Hands lift to brush away stray leaves or adjust a small stone along the path, simple acts of attentiveness that carry the spirit of prayer without words. The figure pauses at the edge of the clearing, looking up at the stars scattered across the inky sky. A deep, steady breath draws in the cool night air, and exhaling, the figure feels a soft, expansive calm, as if the world itself is settling around them, cradling each thought and worry. Thank you, Lord. The voice is soft, nearly swallowed by the night, for the quiet, for the care, for the gentle reminders that I am held and guided. Stars twinkle, soft wind rustle. Stepping back along the path, the figure walks slowly, observing the subtle glow of moonlight on leaves, the faint shimmer of dew on grass, the occasional flicker of a firefly. Each element blends into a symphony of quiet reassurance. A soft smile touches the lips, shoulders relax further, and the heart opens in gentle gratitude, aware that every movement, every breath, every small attentiveness to the world around is a shared space with God's presence. Among the whispering pines, the heart listens for God's quiet presence. The night stretches softly across the horizon, a deep indigo sky sprinkled with silver stars. A gentle wind rustles through a grove of tall pines, their needles swaying like a choir in the dark, carrying the crisp, comforting scent of earth and bark. A small figure moves along a narrow forest path, each footfall gentle on the carpet of fallen needles. The rhythmic whisper of wind through the branches creates a lullaby, slow and tender, inviting the spirit to unwind and breathe deeply in harmony with the night. Soft wind through pine trees. As the figure walks, the faint glow of the moon filters through the canopy, casting elongated, dappled shadows across the forest floor. Each shadow seems to move with a life of its own, a quiet soft reminder of the subtle dances of light and dark that coexist in every corner of creation. The figure pauses to touch the rough bark of a nearby pine, feeling the steady texture beneath their palm. It is solid, enduring, a silent affirmation of God's unwavering presence, even in moments of uncertainty or fatigue. Fingers trace the ridges gently, and a whisper rises. Lord, be steady beneath my hands, beneath my heart. Even when I am unsure, let your presence be the grounding I can feel. A soft rustle from the underbrush draws the figure's attention to a small family of rabbits, cautiously emerging into a clearing. They pause, ears perked, before hopping softly into the moonlit grass. The figure smiles, crouching low to observe without disturbance, taking comfort in their quiet vigilance and careful grace. In this small, delicate scene, there is a lesson about care, about attentiveness, about the presence of God in even the smallest creatures, moving unnoticed yet fully sustained. Crickets chirping softly. Continuing along the path, the figure comes upon a gently bubbling brook. Moonlight dances across the water's surface, creating fleeting patterns of silver and shadow. Kneeling at the bank, the figure dips fingertips into the cool flow, letting the water slip slowly between their fingers. Each ripple spreads outward, a soft echo of the heart's own rhythm, a silent reassurance that every concern, every whisper of worry can be laid gently into the hands of God. A low murmur of prayer rises. Lord, may your peace flow through me as freely as this water, smoothing every rough thought, carrying calm to every corner of my soul. The gentle babble of water blends with the night wind, carrying whispers through the trees, mingling with the faint hoot of an owl perched on a high branch. The figure sits on a smooth, moss-covered stone by the brook, knees drawn close, hands resting on them lightly. Eyes follow the movement of the water, noting how each stone, each leaf caught in the stream, follows its own quiet course, perfectly in rhythm with creation. The night seems to expand around them, embracing the figure with a soft, encompassing presence. Water trickling over stones, distant owl call. A few steps onward, the figure notices a patch of wildflowers tucked between tree roots, pale petals glimmering under moonlight. Kneeling carefully, they reach out to touch a single blossom, marveling at the intricate veins, the delicate curvature, the subtle gradient of colour from stem to tip. It is a quiet miracle, unnoticed by most, yet deeply meaningful in its precise beauty. Fingers linger on the petals, a gentle prayer escaping. Thank you, Lord, for the beauty that waits quietly, for the small wonders that remind me of your tender care. The figure rises and walks slowly through the grove, noting the subtle interplay of shadow and light, listening to the chorus of nocturnal creatures. Each step is a meditation, the rustle of leaves beneath shoes, the soft brush of pine needles against clothing, the distant trickle of the brook. The world feels vast and intimate at the same time, and the figure senses the presence of God woven through every sound, every movement, every flicker of moonlight on the forest floor. Soft footsteps on needles, distant brook murmur. Eventually, the path opens to a clearing where a small wooden bench sits, weathered but steady. The figure settles onto it, shoulders relaxing, hands clasped lightly in their lap. They tilt their face toward the sky, allowing the cool night air to brush against skin, hair, lifted slightly by a whispering breeze. Thoughts drift like clouds across the indigo expanse above, worries and hopes alike passing through and dissipating into the vastness. There is no rush, no urgency, only the soft, persistent presence of God. steady as the stars, patient as the trees, gentle as the water. A lone firefly drifts past, its light flickering slowly, then pauses near the figure's hand before drifting away. A smile emerges as they watch it vanish into the night, a tiny beacon of guidance and hope. Even the smallest lights, the figure murmurs, carry your message, Lord. Even in the darkness, your care is here, subtle and true. The figure leans back on the bench, eyes closing briefly to drink in the sounds, the rustle of pines, the trickle of the brook, the distant cry of an owl, and the sensations of night air on skin. Each breath becomes a quiet prayer, each exhalation a gentle release. The heart, once restless, feels lighter, open to the calm reassurance that only faith and attentiveness to the divine presence can provide. Soft night breeze, water murmuring. Rising slowly, the figure continues along the edge of the clearing, hands occasionally brushing leaves, noticing the way dew glimmers on grass, the way the moonlight shifts as clouds pass overhead. Every step is infused with quiet gratitude, a gentle awareness that God's presence is woven through the night, in every stone, every leaf, every small creature moving unseen. The figure's heart swells with calm, knowing that they are cradled in care, guided through shadows, and invited to rest in this serene companionship. In the moonlit meadow, every breath is a gentle prayer. The night stretches softly, a serene veil across the rolling meadow, touched by the silvery glow of a full moon. The tall grasses sway in a slow, rhythmic dance, whispering to one another, as if sharing secrets of creation. A faint mist clings to the ground, curling around wildflowers and stones, and each droplet glimmers like a tiny gem catching the lunar light. The air is cool but comforting, carrying the scent of dew and earth, and a small figure walks barefoot through the grass, feet sinking softly into the yielding soil, each step a quiet communion with the ground below. Soft wind through grass, faint rustle. The figure pauses to kneel beside a cluster of bluebells, bending low to brush their delicate petals with fingertips. There is a subtle weightlessness to the moment, as if time has slowed, and a gentle whisper rises within. Lord, in your presence, every small thing holds meaning. Let my heart recognize the wonders you have placed before me. The cool touch of the petals, the faint vibration of the ground beneath, the distant call of a night bird, all conspire to create a sense of intimacy, a soft tether to something larger, steadfast, and alive. Above, the moon's reflection shimmers across a narrow stream that curves through the meadow, spilling over small rocks with a tender musical murmur. The figure kneels at the bank, fingertips skimming the cool, flowing water. Tiny ripples fan outward, catching the moonlight and casting a fleeting mosaic of silver across the palm. Each ripple seems to carry away a lingering worry, a tired thought, leaving behind a simple, profound clarity. God's presence can quiet the heart even amidst uncertainty. Water trickling over stones, soft night breeze. Rising slowly, the figure walks along the edge of the stream, observing a pair of fireflies that hover just above the grass, moving in a delicate, meandering pattern. Their light flickers faintly, a subtle reminder that even in darkness, guidance appears. The figure's hand stretches out, and for a moment one firefly seems to pause near their palm before drifting upward again. A soft smile forms, and a quiet prayer is whispered. Let your light, Lord, guide me when shadows grow long. May I feel your care, even in moments I cannot see. Nearby, the tall grasses part to reveal a circle of smooth stones, worn by time and nestled carefully against one another. The figure steps into the circle, standing with bare feet, touching cool earth and moss, and tilts their face toward the moon. There is a stillness here, almost sacred, as if the meadow itself breathes in quiet rhythm with the heart. The breeze carries the faint scent of pine and soil, a gentle reminder that every small detail of creation participates in the divine story. The figure kneels, resting hands on thighs, and gazes across the meadow where soft shadows ripple like water. Owls call in the distance, their voices low and resonant, while the gentle hum of insects rises and falls like a calm hymn. It is in this soft chorus that the figure senses the closeness of God, not as a loud declaration, but as a subtle, steady presence, wrapping around the soul like a comforting blanket. Every inhalation draws in peace. Every exhalation releases tension, a gentle rhythm of surrender and trust. Soft insect hum, distant owl call. A solitary deer emerges from the shadowed edge of the meadow, stepping lightly on dew-laden grass. Its eyes catch the moonlight for a brief moment, reflective and serene. The figure watches quietly, marveling at the creature's careful movement and unhurried grace. Lord, the figure murmurs, may my own steps reflect your gentle patience. May I move through life with such care and awareness, honouring the beauty you place before me. The deer pauses, seeming to acknowledge the presence of the figure, before vanishing silently into the trees beyond. Continuing along the stream, the figure notices delicate wildflowers tucked into the bank, petals closed for the night. Fingers brush lightly against them, feeling the subtle texture, the intricate veins, the soft resilience of life in the cool darkness. Each tiny bloom carries a quiet message. Even in moments unseen, nurtured by the hand of God, life unfolds with grace. The figure's heart feels lightened, as if each touch, each careful observation has drawn them closer to an understanding that peace resides not in grand displays, but in small, attentive gestures and moments. A gentle mist rises from the meadow, curling around ankles, brushing against the skin and carrying with it the scent of wild mint and damp earth. The figure pauses, eyes closed, inhaling slowly, feeling the coolness mingle with warmth from the chest upward, a subtle infusion of calm. Each breath becomes a whispered prayer, each heartbeat a soft echo of trust, a quiet affirmation of the unseen presence that supports, guides, and restores. Soft wind and night mist. Toward the centre of the meadow, a circle of ancient trees stands sentinel, their bark textured and silvered by moonlight. The figure walks beneath their branches, letting the shadows and light play across the face, tracing lines that seem to speak a gentle reminder. God's care stretches through time, enduring, patient, and full of quiet wisdom. Fingers trail along the rough bark, feeling its steadfastness. Even when the night is long, the figure breathes. You remain, Lord, unwavering, and I am held. The stream curves once more, leading the figure toward a small wooden bridge, simple and unadorned, arching just enough to cross over the flowing water. The figure steps onto it, pausing mid-span, eyes lowered to watch the moonlight ripple across the surface. Tiny fish stir beneath the water, invisible yet present, their movement soft and rhythmic. It is a moment that asks nothing, yet gives everything. A gentle demonstration that God's care encompasses all creatures seen and unseen, and that peace can be found in simply observing, simply being. Night deepens further, the meadow now fully cloaked in soft shadows and silver moonlight. The figure sits on the edge of the bridge, legs dangling lightly, hands resting on the smooth wood. The gentle lap of water The soft rustle of grass, the distant call of owls, the whisper of the wind through pine needles, all become a lullaby of presence and reassurance. The figure leans back slightly, letting shoulders relax, heart quiet, mind stilling. Each sound, each scent, each gentle movement whispers again the same truth. God is here, constant and tender, offering rest and care in every moment. Soft water lap, rustling grass, distant owl. The figure closes eyes fully, imagining the meadow as a sacred cradle, moonlight like a soft blanket over the earth, over the heart. Fingers rest lightly on knees, breath deepens, and a soft smile touches the lips. The world is vast yet intimate, still yet alive. Trust flows quietly, unbroken. Every small gesture, the brushing of petals, the watching of a deer, the listening to the whispering grass, has been a pathway, a gentle call toward understanding, toward rest, toward God's abiding presence. As twilight settles, every breath feels like a gentle blessing. The sun has dipped below the horizon, leaving a warm amber glow that stretches across the quiet valley. Shadows lengthen softly, and the first stars appear, timid yet steady, like distant beacons guiding the heart. The air carries a faint chill, softened by the lingering warmth of daylight. The figure walks slowly along a narrow path, feet brushing against soft moss and fallen leaves, feeling each step as a gentle connection to the earth beneath. A distant stream murmurs steadily, its waters reflecting the deepening sky, silver flecks dancing with every ripple. The figure inhales the cool air, carrying the scent of pine, damp earth and late-blooming wildflowers, and exhales quietly, letting go of the day's small worries and lingering tension. Soft stream, gentle wind through pine needles. Ahead, a cluster of ancient oak trees stands like guardians of the valley. Their thick trunks are bathed in the last amber light, and their branches stretch upward, silhouetted against the deepening indigo of the evening sky. The figure pauses to rest a hand lightly against the rough bark, feeling the steadfast strength beneath fingertips. Lord, a whisper rises. Your presence is steady, your care enduring. Let my heart rest here in your constancy. Tiny moths drift around the base of the tree, their movement delicate and unhurried, as though the night itself moves to a slower, gentler rhythm. The path curves gently toward a small clearing where a solitary bench rests beneath a flowering dogwood. Petals, soft as silk, flutter to the ground, carried by a quiet breeze. The figure settles onto the bench, letting the weight of the body ease into the seat. Eyes lift to the sky, now painted in deep navy, stars scattered like tiny lanterns. A crescent moon hovers low, casting a silver wash across the meadow beyond. Every detail, the subtle shimmer of dew, the gentle sway of tall grasses, the distant call of an owl, speaks to a quiet orchestration, a reminder that life continues in careful, patient harmony. Crickets, soft, distant owl call. The firefly drifts past, its small glow pausing momentarily before his outstretched hand. Fingers brush lightly along tracing a flickering light. Even in the smallest things Lord, the figure knows, your care is evident. May I learn to notice, to pause, to breathe in your breath. The breeze carries the faint scent of honeysuckle, its sweetness subtle yet grounding, and the figure leans forward slightly, feeling the gentle pulse of night around them, the slow heartbeat of creation. In the meadow beyond the clearing, the tall grasses bend in waves, whispering their quiet song to one another. The figure imagines each blade as a prayer, each ripple of motion a soft response from God. There is no hurry here, no urgency, only the slow, steady rhythm of life, as reliable and tender as a lullaby.
figure rises from the bench and walks slowly, hands brushing against the tips of grasses, feeling each touch as a connection, each movement a
small offering of presence and attention. Gentle grass rustle, faint night wind. A family of rabbits emerges cautiously from the edge of the trees, pausing to nibble at tender shoots. The figure crouches slightly, observing quietly, feeling a quiet joy in their careful movements. Their soft, rhythmic chewing and delicate hops become a subtle echo of patience and gentleness. "Lord," the figure whispers, "may my own steps through life be guided by your care, careful and mindful, full of tender attention to the world around me." The path leads to a small pond, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the moon and stars in perfect clarity. The figure kneels at the water's edge, fingertips grazing the surface. Tiny ripples fan outward, distorting the reflection, and the figure smiles softly, imagining the ripples carrying their whispered prayers outward into the vastness of creation. The pond is bordered by soft reeds, their tops moving gently in the breeze. Each movement seems to harmonize with the figure's slow, steady breath, each exhale carrying gratitude, each inhale welcoming peace. Soft water ripple, gentle night wind. A firefly hovers near the pond, its glow steady and quiet. The figure extends a hand, allowing the tiny light to rest upon the fingertips for a fleeting moment before it drifts upward. There is a small miracle in this simple encounter, a reminder that God's care is present in the smallest gestures, in the quietest lights, in the tenderest moments. The figure's eyes close briefly, and the body relaxes, heart attuned to the soft rhythm of the night, to the whispers of water, wind, and earth. Slowly the figure moves along the pond's edge, watching as stars mirror themselves in the water. The moonlight spreads across the surface like a gentle lantern, and each reflection becomes a quiet prayer, a soft conversation with God. The air is filled with the scent of pine, earth, and water, a subtle perfume that soothes the senses and quiets the mind. A lone owl calls from the distance, its voice a gentle reminder of watchfulness and care, steady and calm. Owl call, soft water lap. The figure sits on a fallen log near the pond, legs crossed, hands resting on knees, eyes lifted to the sky. Breath slows further, aligning with the gentle rhythm of the night. Thoughts drift like clouds across the vast indigo sky, but each one is met with a tender awareness, presence, patience, constancy. God's care is not loud or urgent, it is steady, enduring, and always near. The figure breathes in deeply, feeling the cool air mingle with the warmth of the chest, a subtle calming infusion. Every sound, the distant rustle of trees, the soft lap of water, the faint hum of night insects, becomes a hymn, a lullaby of reassurance. A gentle mist rises from the pond, curling around the figure's ankles, cooling yet comforting. Fingers trace the surface of the log, feeling the texture, grounding the body, anchoring the heart. Leans back slightly, shoulders releasing tension, eyelids heavy, heart attuned to the quiet, constant presence that has guided the evening. Each inhalation carries peace. Each exhalation releases lingering worries. The meadow, the pond, the trees, the stars, they all participate in a soft, sacred conversation, reminding the figure of the enduring love that surrounds all creation. Soft night wind, faint insect hum. Finally, the figure lies back upon the cool grass, head resting lightly against the earth, eyes gazing upward at the crescent moon and scattered stars. The meadow stretches endlessly, yet feels intimate, each leaf, each blade of grass, each ripple of water, a personal blessing. The figure breathes slowly, deeply surrendering to the night, to the quiet, to the presence of God. The heart is calm, the mind is still, the soul is cradled. Every sound, every scent, every soft movement of the world becomes a gentle hymn of trust and gratitude. In the hush of evening, grace drifts like a soft breeze across the meadow. The last glow of twilight has softened into a gentle silvery night, and the figure moves along a narrow winding path bordered by low-growing wildflowers that tilt gently under the caress of the night air. Every footstep is cushioned by fallen leaves, soft moss, and the subtle give of damp earth. The scent of evening rain lingers faintly, mingling with the comforting aroma of pine and the delicate sweetness of jasmine carried from a distant garden. Somewhere nearby, a brook hums quietly, its waters glinting under the moonlight, small ripples catching the starlight and scattering it like 1,000 tiny lanterns across the surface. Soft brook, night wind through leaves. The figure pauses, letting fingers brush against the petals of a flower, tracing the gentle lines with deliberate care. Each touch is a reminder that the world, in all its quiet detail, bears witness to God's tender attention. Lord, a whispered prayer drifts into the night. Your presence fills even these smallest moments. Let my heart rest in you, fully, completely, without fear or haste. Fireflies begin to appear, hovering and flickering near the path, their lights steady yet ephemeral. One drifts close to the figure, landing briefly on an outstretched hand, a tiny beacon of illumination, and then moves onward, carrying the quiet message of unseen grace. A soft breeze stirs the tall grasses that sway gently beside the path, their movements whispering secrets of patience, persistence, and enduring love. The figure breathes slowly, aligning each inhale with the rise of the grasses, each exhale with their gentle fall. The night is alive with soft, subtle signals of life, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of a small creature through underbrush, the faint trill of a cricket calling to a mate. Each sound, no louder than a sigh, becomes part of a symphony of reassurance, affirming that the world continues under God's care, calm and steady. Crickets, soft, owl hoot, gentle wind. The path opens into a small glade where a lone oak stands, wide-branched and strong, its trunk rugged yet inviting. The figure rests a hand lightly upon the rough bark, feeling the cool, steady strength that has weathered countless seasons. Above, the moonlight filters through the leaves, casting intricate lace-like patterns on the forest floor. Each pattern seems to pulse with life, small movements that mirror the heartbeat of creation itself. The figure sits at the base of the tree, knees drawn slightly upward, and closes eyes, letting the sounds, scents and textures of the night fill every sense. A soft rain begins, not enough to drench, but enough to leave tiny, cooling beads along the skin. Each drop carries a subtle percussion, a quiet drumbeat on leaves and earth, echoing the rhythm of prayer. The figure tilts the face upward, allowing the rain to trace gentle lines along the cheeks, and whispers words of trust, gratitude, and surrender. There is no urgency in the motion, no need for loud declarations, only the soft, intimate conversation of a soul reaching out and feeling held in return. Gentle rain, leaves rustle, distant nightbird call. Nearby, a small pond reflects the silver light of the moon. The surface is so still that every star above seems to have descended to meet the figure, mirrored perfectly in the water. Kneeling at the water's edge, fingers graze the surface lightly, sending a concentric ring outward, rippling the reflection in subtle waves. Each ripple becomes a metaphor for the quiet impact of faith and devotion, the way even small gestures of love, patience and prayer ripple outward, touching unseen places with God's tender presence. From the shadow of the trees a fox emerges cautiously, its coat glinting in moonlight, eyes alert yet serene. The figure remains still, observing silently as the creature pauses, then steps delicately into the glade, sniffing the cool earth before retreating softly into the underbrush. This brief, gentle encounter becomes a silent sermon of God's care. Even in quiet moments, life is guided, watched over, and cradled with a gentle hand. Soft fox footsteps, wind through pine needles. The figure rises and continues along the pond's edge, hands lightly trailing across the tops of tall grasses. Each movement is unhurried, each glance intentional, appreciating the subtle dance of nature in the moonlight. The glow of fireflies punctuates the darkness intermittently, their soft lights weaving among the reeds and water lilies. The figure leans slightly forward to watch a water strider glide effortlessly across the surface, marveling at its delicate balance, and whispers a prayer of quiet wonder and gratitude. The path leads to a small wooden footbridge arching gently over a narrow stream. Stepping onto the bridge, the figure pauses to lean lightly against the rail, watching the water glide beneath. Reflections of stars and moon shimmer in the current, twisting and stretching in gentle undulations. Each movement, though subtle, carries an undeniable sense of life and rhythm. Fingers trace the wood grain of the railing, worn smooth by countless hands, connecting the present moment to those who came before and feeling the steady hand of God through every generation. Water trickle, night wind, soft leaf rustle. As the figure walks onward, the landscape opens into a wide meadow bathed in moonlight. The grasses sway softly, silvered by the night, and the figure lies down on the cool earth, feeling the gentle rise and fall of the land beneath. Eyes gaze upward at the vast indigo sky, stars scattered generously like eternal promises. The figure breathes slowly, each inhalation carrying the crisp scent of night air, pine and dew. Each exhalation releases tension, leaving the body and mind weightless, cradled in the quiet presence of God. A solitary owl glides silently above, its shadow barely brushing the grass below. The figure watches as it disappears into the trees, a reminder that vigilance and care are present, gentle yet steady, in every corner of the world. The cool night wind brushes the face, carrying the soft fragrance of blooming night jasmine and the subtle earthy scent of dew-laden soil. Each sound, each scent, each shimmer of moonlight becomes a whispered assurance. You are held, you are seen, you are not alone. Night wind, distant owl, soft rustle of grasses. Finally, the figure curls slightly on the meadow, pulling a soft blanket from a small satchel, laying it gently over the shoulders. Fingers trace the edges of the fabric, feeling the texture, grounding the body in warmth and security. The night continues around, steady and unhurried, the moonlight now softened by drifting clouds. Eyes close slowly, focusing on the steady rhythm of breath, the gentle murmur of the stream, the soft whisper of wind in the grasses. Each heartbeat becomes a quiet prayer, each inhalation a reminder of God's constant care, each exhalation a release of lingering worry and fear. As night deepens, the quiet moments invite the heart to rest in God's presence. The meadow remains still, wrapped in the silver hush of moonlight, and the figure rises slowly, brushing dew from the folds of the blanket. Each movement is deliberate, unhurried, like the careful turning of pages in a treasured book. The soft crunch of grass underfoot is the only sound, punctuated occasionally by the whisper of a breeze weaving through distant pines. The air carries a faint chill, balanced by the lingering warmth of the earth, and the figure takes a deep breath, letting the fragrance of damp earth, wildflowers and night-blooming jasmine fill the senses. Each inhalation is a prayer, each exhale a release, a surrender to the stillness that surrounds. Soft breeze, faint night insects, distant water trickle. Moving slowly toward a nearby grove, the figure notices the subtle movement of leaves catching the faint glimmer of moonlight. Tiny motes of pollen drift lazily in the air, illuminated like suspended stars, each one a reminder of the quiet miracles present in every moment. A deer emerges tentatively at the edge of the clearing, its ears twitching, nostrils flaring softly, eyes reflecting the soft silver light. The figure remains motionless, allowing the creature to pass safely. Its gentle steps across the soft ground seem to echo the unspoken truth of faith. Life proceeds with care, unnoticed yet watched over by the same hands that shaped every leaf, every star, every heartbeat. Pausing beside a small stream, the figure kneels, allowing hands to graze the cool water. Tiny fish scatter, slipping away with a shimmer of silver. A frog croaks somewhere deeper in the thicket, a steady grounding sound. The figure whispers a prayer of gratitude for these quiet companions of the night, recognizing the delicate balance of creation. Each gesture, smoothing hair from the forehead, brushing fingertips along moss-covered stones, is an intimate dialogue with the world, a way of noticing, of honoring the life around. Water babble, distant frog croak, leaves rustling. A lantern hangs on a low branch, casting a gentle circle of golden light across the forest floor. The figure approaches, lifting the lantern, and the glow illuminates the surrounding space, revealing textures otherwise hidden in the dark. The rough bark of ancient trees, the delicate veins of a fallen leaf, the soft curl of mushroom caps at the base of an oak. Shadows move gently in the lantern's light, creating a quiet dance that mirrors the unseen rhythms of prayer, trust, and hope. Each flicker becomes a symbol of God's presence in small, subtle ways, the light that reaches into corners both seen and unseen. Nearby, a wooden bench rests beneath the boughs of a willow tree, its branches sweeping low to the ground like a curtain inviting pause and reflection. The figure settles upon it, leaning back against the smooth wood, feeling the solid support beneath. Eyes trace the gentle curve of the branches, the way moonlight catches each leaf and transforms it into silver lace. The air is alive with gentle motion, a soft wind stirring, the distant call of an owl, the murmuring of the stream. Each element becomes part of a symphony of assurance, a lullaby of peace, a quiet reminder that even in silence God's care is abundant and unbroken. The figure reaches for a small notebook and pen resting at the side, writing slowly, deliberately, letting thoughts flow like the stream at their feet. Each word is a reflection of gratitude, a note of surrender, a whispered acknowledgement of the ways God has been present through the day, in moments large and small. Tiny drops of dew cling to the notebook's edges, each one like a blessing captured in silence. The act of writing, slow and mindful, becomes a sacred rhythm, a meditation, a ritual of quiet communion. Soft pen on paper, distant night bird, gentle wind. From the shadows of the willow, fireflies begin their nightly procession, weaving among branches and grasses. The figure watches, captivated, counting the luminous sparks as they drift in seemingly random paths, yet move with a grace that feels intentional, choreographed by unseen hands. Hands are lifted slowly, palms open, allowing the glow to fall across fingertips and into the open palms. Each tiny light becomes a symbol of faith, a quiet affirmation that the smallest acts of attention, love and prayer ripple outward, touching lives and hearts in ways unseen. The figure rises and walks toward a small clearing beyond the willow. The moon, now fully risen, bathes the open field in a silvery wash. Grasses sway gently, reflecting the light with subtle shimmer. The figure pauses, arms outstretched slightly, eyes closed, breathing in the chill of the night, tempered by the warmth of moonlight on skin. The feeling of connection is deep, enveloping, unspoken, as if the air itself is filled with the quiet reassurance of God's nearness. A soft breeze carries the scent of pine, earth, and distant jasmine. The world feels expansive yet intimate, vast yet tender. Night breeze, soft rustle of meadowgrass, distant owl. In the clearing, the figure notices a cluster of wildflowers near the edge of a small hill. Kneeling, the hands brush over the petals, gentle, reverent, tracing the subtle textures, inhaling the faint sweetness. Each flower feels like a message, a gentle reminder that God's attention is in the small details as much as in the grand vistas. The figure allows the body to relax fully to the ground, letting the earth support, cradling the spirit as surely as the night embraces the meadow. Eyes lift to the heavens, tracing constellations, following the arc of the moon, noticing the quiet brilliance scattered across the dark canvas. Each star is a marker of constancy, faithfulness and enduring love. Moments stretch, unmeasured, unhurried, the body and mind sinking into the quiet rhythm of night. Breath becomes prayer, every heartbeat a hymn of gratitude, every sense a channel for reflection, peace and surrender. Fireflies hover nearby. Moonlight glimmers across the soft curves of the field. The stream hums its gentle song, and all around the world rests under God's watchful care. Finally, the figure curls into a comfortable position on the soft grass, pulling the blanket over the shoulders once more, letting the arms rest loosely at the sides. The night is alive but calm, a symphony of subtle sounds, gentle light and reassuring scents. Eyes close, and the mind allows itself to drift in the quiet embrace of faith, trust, and gentle wonder. Beneath the quiet moon, the heart finds space to breathe and trust in God's gentle guidance. The evening stretches on, soft and unbroken, as the figure lingers on the edge of the meadow. Shadows pool beneath the trees, stretching long and languid. Yet they carry no threat, only a tender invitation to pause and rest. The night sky is a smooth, deep blue, broken only by the silver threads of moonlight and the scattered sparkle of stars. A soft wind brushes across the open field, rustling the grasses and lifting the edges of a worn blanket. Each small motion becomes a reminder of life's rhythm, deliberate and gentle, orchestrated by a presence unseen but deeply felt. Soft wind through meadow, distant owl hoot, faint stream murmur. The figure walks slowly along a narrow path, careful not to disturb the delicate flowers dotting the border. Each step presses lightly on the earth, the soft ground yielding underfoot, absorbing the weight with quiet patience. Fingers brush the tips of tall grasses, feeling the fine silky threads as they sway. Each touch is a prayer, a wordless conversation with the world and the Creator. The meadow feels alive, attentive and companionable, offering solace not in grandeur but in the intricate details of its life. A small pond glimmers ahead, reflecting the moon as if it were a second sky laid upon the earth. The figure kneels at the water's edge, hands tracing gentle ripples across the mirrored surface. Tiny insects skim over the water, leaving circles that widen and fade slowly. mirroring the quiet influence of small acts of faith and kindness in the larger world. A pair of fireflies dances above the water, their glow soft and steady, illuminating the surface with fleeting brilliance. The figure whispers a prayer of gratitude for these small wonders, for the reminder that even in darkness, light persists. Water rippling, fireflies buzzing softly, leaves brushing together. Nearby, a wooden bridge arches over a narrow stream. The figure steps onto it, feeling the worn boards underfoot and listening to the gentle murmur of water beneath. Each creak is familiar, comforting, like an old friend speaking softly. Leaning over the rail, the figure watches the reflection of moon and stars in the current, tracing their mirrored paths as the water carries them downstream. The movement is slow, unhurried, carrying away any lingering tensions or fears, leaving only calm. A soft chorus of crickets rises from the meadow, interspersed with the distant call of a night bird. The figure breathes deeply, inhaling the scent of damp earth and pine, exhaling slowly as if sending burdens into the wind. The stillness is profound yet alive, a sanctuary carved from ordinary elements, water, earth, air, and sky, brought to life by the attentive heart. The figure moves to a fallen log nearby, its surface smooth with age and moss, and sits, pulling knees close to the chest. The texture beneath hands and arms is grounding, connecting the body to the earth and the soul to the quiet presence surrounding it. Moonlight drapes over the scene in gentle folds, illuminating the moss and leaves with subtle silver and casting a soft glow over the figure. Each breath becomes a meditation, a rhythm that echoes the heartbeat of creation itself. Soft rustle of leaves, distant stream, night insects humming. From the shadows, a small fox emerges, pausing just at the tree line, nose twitching, ears alert. The figure remains still, recognizing the trust and caution in the creature's movements. Moments stretch as both observer and observed inhabit the same space, silently acknowledging the unseen hand that guides and protects all life. The fox slips quietly back into the darkness, leaving the meadow peaceful once more, carrying with it a sense of wonder and trust that even the most careful and cautious are watched over. In the quiet, the figure reaches into a satchel and retrieves a small folded cloth, laying it over the knees. Hands smooth the fabric, letting the motion become a slow, sacred ritual. Each fold, each gentle press, is a moment of mindfulness, a channel for reflection, and an offering of care. The night deepens, and the figure feels the warmth of this simple act, knowing it echoes the care that God places over all creatures, great and small. The figure rises and continues along the path, letting the senses absorb the night fully, the cool kiss of air on skin, the glimmer of dew on leaves, the distant murmuring of the stream, and the persistent, subtle glow of fireflies in the shadows. Each step is unhurried, a movement of presence and patience, a gentle acknowledgement that life unfolds according to divine rhythm, and that rest is not only permissible but sacred. Reaching a gentle rise in the terrain, the figure pauses to take in the broader view. The meadow stretches into the distance, dotted with silver pools of moonlight and the dark silhouettes of distant trees. The horizon blends seamlessly with the sky, and the figure lifts a hand, tracing the invisible line where earth and heaven meet. A sense of connection flows through every fibre. Trust, surrender, and quiet joy interwoven with the soft sigh of wind through grass and branches. A small lantern, hanging from a low branch, catches the figure's attention. Approaching, the figure lifts it, letting its warm glow mingle with the moonlight. Shadows dance slowly across the ground, creating patterns that feel like a silent hymn. a visual prayer. Each flicker seems to say, "You are watched, you are cherished, you are held." The figure rests, leaning against a nearby tree, eyes tracing the gentle sway of leaves, feeling the pulse of the night, the heartbeat of creation, the assurance of divine presence. Lantern flicker, night breeze, soft insect hum. With each passing moment, the figure's body and mind relax further. Thoughts slow, the heart softens, and the night wraps around like a comforting blanket. Hands rest gently on knees, eyes half closed, breath steady and rhythmic. The world seems vast, yet intimate, still yet alive, ordinary, yet sacred. Each detail, the soft glow of lantern, the rustle of leaves, the distant flow of water, becomes a thread in a tapestry of peace, a lullaby woven from the elements, faith and gentle attention. Finally, the figure lies back upon the soft grass, blanket wrapped snugly, head resting lightly upon folded arms, eyes close fully, and the mind releases fully into the quiet embrace surrounding it. The meadow, the moon, the stars, the whisper of night all bear witness to the presence of God, steady, unbroken and tender, each breath a hymn, each heartbeat a gentle reminder. You are safe, you are seen, you are loved. Among the whispering pines, the heart finds a sanctuary, cradled in God's quiet and steadfast care. The forest waits, hushed and patient, as twilight stretches its soft fingers across the canopy. The air is cool, carrying the scent of pine resin and damp earth, a fragrance that seems to hold the memory of countless seasons, each one tending toward renewal and life. Shadows lengthen beneath the tall trees, yet they are gentle, not menacing, and the light filtering through branches paints the forest floor in soft patterns like a delicate mosaic of faith. Every step the figure takes on the carpet of fallen needles is cushioned, the sound muffled into a subtle whisper of presence and peace. Soft breeze through pine needles, distant creek murmur, gentle bird call. The figure walks slowly along a winding trail, feeling the rough texture of bark beneath fingertips as they brush past. Each tree seems to stand as a sentinel, a quiet witness to the unspoken prayers whispered in the heart. Sunlight wanes, replaced by a glow of silver moonlight that filters through the leaves in scattered beams, illuminating patches of moss and tiny mushrooms growing in delicate clusters. The forest is alive, yet in a soft, unobtrusive way, a living hymn to patience, presence, and quiet reverence. Stopping at a small clearing, the figure notices a patch of wildflowers, their petals trembling lightly in the gentle wind. Kneeling, hands move slowly over the blooms, brushing dust and dew from the delicate edges. The act is simple, almost ritualistic, a wordless offering of care and attention, and in that care the heart senses a reflection of the Creator's own tending, ever present, attentive to even the smallest lives. Dew dripping from leaves, leaves rustling softly, distant owl hoot. The figure continues toward a nearby stream, its waters weaving through the forest with a steady, patient cadence. Kneeling by the edge, they dip fingers into the cool, flowing water, letting it run over skin and pool between palms. Tiny fish dart in and out of shadow, glinting like living jewels beneath the surface. The figure traces a path along the water's edge, following the gentle twists and turns, noticing how each stone, each ripple, each fallen leaf contributes to the quiet harmony of the stream. It is a lesson of smallness and patience, a reminder that life's unfolding, guided by God, requires trust and steady attention. Nearby, a family of deer emerges from the trees, cautious and graceful. The figure remains still, heart slowing in sync with their measured steps. The creatures drink from the stream, ears flicking at the slightest sound, embodying a quiet vigilance paired with trust in the environment around them. Observing them, the figure feels a parallel in human life, how attentiveness, faith and stillness bring one into harmony with the divine rhythm of existence. Water flowing gently, leaves swaying, deer steps soft on moss. A fallen log serves as a natural bench, and the figure rests there, drawing in deep, slow breaths. The forest seems to lean closer in response, offering the sounds of life in subtle, reassuring ways. The soft hiss of pine needles, the distant croak of a frog, the whisper of wind weaving through branches. Each sound becomes a thread in a larger tapestry of peace, reminding the heart that stillness is not emptiness, but communion with God's presence. The figure lifts a small journal from their pack, the leather worn and supple. A pencil follows fingers as it traces careful, deliberate lines across the page. Words are few, almost meditative, notes of gratitude, reflections on the day's blessings, small acknowledgements of moments when God's hand was felt in quiet places. Each word is slow, each line a gentle mark of trust, a tangible act of faith woven into the rhythm of the night. A soft flutter catches attention, a small moth hovering near a moonlit patch, wings beating in quiet, imperceptible rhythm. The figure watches, mesmerized by the gentle motion, aware of the vastness surrounding it, and yet feeling a profound closeness to the Creator in these fragile, fleeting lives. The world seems expansive, yet intimate, each small movement an echo of God's tender care. Soft wing beats, creek trickling, distant owl calling, rising. The figure walks further into the forest, letting hands trail over branches, tracing the contours of bark and lichen, feeling connected to the living texture of the world. Each step is mindful, each breath a prayer, the cadence slow and deliberate, matching the steady beat of life in the forest. Tiny lanterns of glow from fireflies appear intermittently, tracing slow golden arcs in the dark, as if sketching fleeting constellations among the trees. Their presence reassures the figure that even in darkness, light exists, guided by a steady, unseen hand. At the forest's heart lies a gentle hill, its top crowned with a circle of stones, worn smooth by time. The figure ascends, feeling the incline beneath bare feet, each step deliberate and anchored. Reaching the summit, they pause to survey the surrounding woods, bathed in silver light. A distant stream catches the moon's reflection, winding like a ribbon of quiet blessing through the darkened trees. The figure raises arms, slow and unhurried, as if embracing the entirety of creation. In the silence, the heart feels a gentle pulse, an echo of divine rhythm that carries both reassurance and a soft invitation to rest in trust. Night breeze over hilltop, distant stream murmur, soft rustle of leaves. The figure sits upon the stone circle, hands resting on knees, eyes lifting to the sky. Stars glimmer in measured patterns, constellations familiar yet eternal, a celestial hymn written across the heavens. Breath slows further, each inhalation a gentle acknowledgement of presence, each exhalation a release of tension. The heart is calm, the mind quieted, and the spirit leans gently into God's encompassing care. The forest, the hill, the stars, all become a sanctuary of light and shadow, presence and stillness, teaching that divine love can be found in patient observation and the smallest attentiveness. A final breath carries the scent of pine, damp earth and distant wildflowers, mingling with the sound of flowing water. The figure rests fully against a stone, arms loosely folded, blanket wrapped snugly around shoulders. The night holds them tenderly, the trees guarding, the moon watching. the stars singing a silent hymn, each heartbeat a reminder, you are cherished, you are safe, you are held. In the quiet meadow, each gentle light reminds the heart of God's unending presence. The night drifts slowly over the rolling meadow, soft and unhurried, carrying a delicate chill that hints at the turning season. Grass bends slightly under the weight of dew, glimmering in the moonlight like tiny gems scattered across the earth. A figure walks along a narrow path, each step measured and reverent, the soles of shoes brushing lightly over the moist earth. The meadow seems to breathe, a rhythm of life so quiet that it could easily be missed, yet profound in its subtle assurance. Crickets softly chirping, distant rustle of leaves, light wind over grass. Lanterns, small and weathered, are placed along the path, their flames flickering gently, casting golden circles of warmth on the surrounding greenery. The figure pauses at each lantern, noticing how each flame dances differently in the night, yet all hold the same promise of light. Hands hover over the metal frames, feeling the heat, sensing the fragility and resilience of the fire. It is a meditation, a gentle reminder that light persists even in darkness, that God's care is ever present, steady and warm. A rabbit hops across the edge of the meadow, pausing to sniff at the dewy grass. The figure crouches slightly, observing its small, tentative steps, the soft twitch of ears, the careful movement of tiny feet. There is no rush, no expectation, only the patient unfolding of life. The heart aligns with this pace, slow and deliberate, noticing how every living thing, no matter how small, carries its own story, each moment a thread in the grand tapestry of creation. Soft footfalls on grass, faint owl call, night insects murmuring. The figure continues, following the lanterns in a winding path that leads to a cluster of ancient oak trees at the meadow's heart. Branches stretch outward and upward, forming a natural cathedral, leaves whispering secrets to the night breeze. Here, a wooden bench rests beneath the oldest oak, worn smooth by countless years of sun, rain, and patient hands. The figure sits, letting the weight settle, feeling the solidity of the earth beneath and the canopy above. Each breath becomes a prayer, each exhale a release of burdens carried quietly, too long held in stillness. In the quiet, the figure's eyes catch the faint shimmer of fireflies hovering near the trees. They move like tiny lanterns, illuminating brief paths in dark, disappearing as quickly as they arrive. Watching them, the figure's thoughts drift to God's subtle presence in life, often unnoticed, yet constant. A soft, guiding light, patient and tender. The heart relaxes, absorbing the assurance that the divine watches over even the smallest details, the tiniest joys, the quietest prayers. Fireflies buzzing softly, leaves rustling, distant creek babble. The figure rises, walking further into the grove, hands brushing against the textured bark of trees. Each touch is deliberate, grounding the spirit, reminding the mind of the continuity of life and the gentle watchfulness of God. A small bird flits along a branch, then settles, calling softly into the night, its melody a delicate thread woven into the fabric of the forest. The figure listens, imagining that each note is a prayer lifted skyward, a reflection of trust and devotion. Moving onward, the path opens to a shallow stream, moonlight spilling across the water's surface. Kneeling, the figure dips fingers into the cool water, letting droplets slip through the palms and scatter into the stream. The reflection of stars shimmers with each ripple, tiny lights dancing across the gentle waves. The act is quiet, almost reverential, a connection with both nature and the divine presence in it. Here, in the small gestures, the touch of water, The sway of reeds, the murmur of the stream. The figure feels God's hand, steady and gentle, guiding, nurturing, sustaining. Water trickling, soft wind through reeds, distant owl hoot. Continuing, the figure approaches a small clearing where wildflowers bloom in clusters. Petals open to the night sky, catching moonlight and dew alike. Hands reach out to touch them, brushing petals with tender reverence, noticing the resilience of each stem, the delicate design of each bloom. Kneeling beside a particularly vibrant patch, the figure closes eyes, inhaling the fragrance of the flowers, letting it mingle with the cool night air and the steady rhythm of the heart. Thoughts soften, worries fade, leaving only the simple truth. God's care is present in the gentle, patient unfolding of life. A soft breeze moves through the clearing, carrying with it a faint scent of pine from the surrounding woods. The figure stretches arms slowly, feeling the night air embrace skin and clothing, each movement deliberate, meditative. It is a moment of quiet grace, a gentle acknowledgement of life and faith, of presence and the enduring promise that no one walks alone. The world seems suspended in this hush, time stretching, contracting, filled with both stillness and motion, a living reminder of the Creator's attentive love. Gentle night breeze, faint insect hum, water lapping softly. The figure walks to the center of the clearing and sets down a small lantern, watching its glow expand in concentric circles across the dew-covered grass. Sitting, knees drawn close, hands resting lightly on legs, the figure listens. The whisper of grass, the faint trickle of the stream, the distant hoot of an owl, the murmur of the wind through pines. Each sound becomes a thread in a tapestry of reassurance, of sacred presence, of enduring calm. The mind quiets, the heart softens, and the spirit leans into trust, knowing God's love is woven through each detail, each quiet moment. A moth flutters by, drawn to the lantern, delicate wings catching the light. The figure watches it hover and drift, mesmerized by the fragility and grace of the small life, the simplicity of movement, the silent lesson of perseverance and presence. Every flutter, every subtle shift mirrors the gentle, unseen hand guiding creation, a constant witness to patience, care, and quiet devotion. Soft moth wing beats, gentle water trickle, wind through meadow. As the night deepens, the figure reclines slightly on the grass, letting the cool earth support the weight of the body. Eyes gaze upward to a sky speckled with stars, constellations traced across the dark velvet canopy. Each heartbeat slows, each breath measured, flowing with the rhythm of the night, a lullaby of presence and divine assurance. The meadow, the lanterns, the fireflies, the flowing stream, all become a sanctuary, a place where the spirit rests fully, embraced by God's quiet and constant love. Softly, the figure closes eyes, letting the gentle warmth of lantern light and moonbeams mingle with the whispers of the meadow. Every leaf, every blade of grass, every distant sound becomes a blessing, a note in the symphony of trust and serenity. The heart knows that this night, like all nights, is held and guided, and that peace is never far, always within reach, waiting in the hush and careful attention to the present, in the quiet embrace of the Creator. Under the moon's gentle gaze, every ripple of water whispers of God's quiet presence. The night stretches over the serene landscape, a soft veil of silver light settling on the hills and valleys. The moon hangs low, its reflection rippling across a calm pond, sending sparkles of silver dancing over the water's surface. The figure sits at the water's edge, arms drawn close, hands resting lightly on the
waiting for God's whisper to reach the heart. Water lapping softly, distant wildfire, rustling reeds. The ground is surrounded by tall grasses that sway in unison.
The whispering breeze. Fireflies flit among the stems, tiny lanterns illuminating fleeting paths in the darkness. The figure reaches out a hand, letting one hover near a glowing insect, marveling at the fragile dance of light and life. Each movement, delicate and deliberate, becomes a meditation, a moment to acknowledge the Creator's care in both the grand and the minute details of the world. A heron glides quietly across the far side of the pond, wings brushing the night air, barely disturbing the water beneath. The figure watches, noticing the effortless grace of its flight, the quiet strength required to glide so steadily. There is a lesson here, subtle and clear, to move through life with faith, with calm and with trust that God's guidance steadies every step, every choice, every turn of the heart. Soft wings brushing, reeds swaying, faint croak of a frog. The figure picks up a smooth stone, turning it over slowly in the palm, feeling the contours, the cool surface, the tiny imperfections. Each one is a testament to time, a small reflection of life shaped by unseen forces, steady and patient. Dropping the stone into the pond, the resulting ripple spreads outward, touching leaves, reeds and stones alike. A visual echo of God's presence radiating through every corner of creation. Sitting back, the figure closes eyes for a moment, listening to the chorus of the night, the wind, the water, the gentle murmur of creatures stirring, and allows the heart to soften. A small breeze carries the scent of night-blooming flowers, their fragrance subtle but lingering, weaving through the reeds and grasses. The figure inhales slowly, letting the air fill the lungs, imagining the breath itself as a gift from God, a reminder that every inhalation, every beat of the heart is sustained by divine grace. Each exhale becomes a release, a gentle letting go of the worries and burdens accumulated during the day, leaving the soul lighter, open, receptive to the quiet voice of faith. Wind rustling, soft frog calls, gentle water ripple. As the figure rises, walking along the pond's edge, the moonlight guides the steps, reflecting softly on the calm water. Feet press into the soft earth, and each step becomes a prayer, a slow acknowledgement of God's constant presence. Dragonflies hover near the surface, catching glimmers of moonlight on translucent wings. The figure watches them, noticing how they move with both precision and grace, seeming to embody the very balance of nature, the silent assurance that life unfolds under divine care. The path leads to a small wooden dock that stretches into the pond. Sitting at the edge, legs dangling just above the water, the figure leans forward, letting fingertips brush the surface. Ripples fan out slowly, disturbing the reflections of stars and the moon, yet leaving the overall scene calm, balanced, harmonious. Each ripple is a gentle reminder that actions, even small ones, spread outward in quiet, meaningful ways, just as God's love touches all corners of life. Night breeze over water, faint insect hum, distant owl hoot. Time passes gently here, measured not in hours but in the rhythm of breaths, the sway of reeds, the soft glimmer of fireflies. The figure notices a leaf floating along the surface, catching a tiny reflection of the moon, drifting without urgency. It is a simple gift, yet profound, a lesson in patience, in trust, in letting God guide the path without resistance. The heart learns to move in tandem with the natural rhythm, to allow stillness and motion to coexist, to rest within the quiet, steady heartbeat of creation. A frog leaps from one stone to another, barely making a sound, a gentle punctuation in the ongoing symphony of the night. The figure smiles softly, noticing the harmony of life, the interconnectedness of all creatures, each guided by instinct yet supported by the unseen hand of the Creator. The gentle awareness brings peace, the realization that God's care is never absent, that even the smallest lives, the tiniest gestures, the quietest prayers are all within His watchful presence. Soft water lap, faint insect chatter, gentle wind through grasses. Standing, the figure turns slightly to see the pond mirrored perfectly by the sky above, stars and moon reflected as though the heavens themselves were reclining over the earth. Knees bend slightly in gratitude, hands pressed together loosely, a silent offering of thanks. It is a moment of intimate connection, a personal conversation with God through stillness, observation, and gentle awareness. The heart settles into the quiet understanding that all is held, all is guided, all is known. The figure begins the slow walk back along the lantern-lit path, each step mindful, noticing again the soft glow, the small movements of nature, the subtle signs of life. Each action is a prayer, the careful placement of a hand on a tree, the pause to watch a moth drift past, the quiet breath taken in harmony with the night. These are small gestures, yet in their attention lies reverence, trust, and the deep enduring peace that comes from surrendering to God's gentle care. Fireflies flickering, wind through trees, soft water ripple. As the figure reaches the meadow's edge, the lantern's glow softens against the rising shadows of night. The heart feels light, the spirit rested, the mind eased by the continuous patient presence of God, reflected in every sound, movement and shimmer of moonlight. The gentle rustle of leaves, the slow pulse of water against the pond's edge, the delicate dance of insects and fireflies. All these threads weave together into a serene tapestry, a quiet hymn of divine reassurance. Sitting again beneath the canopy of stars, the figure lets the night envelop fully, every sense attuned to the subtle miracles surrounding, the soft signs of care, the delicate persistence of light in darkness. Breathing slows further, each exhale a soft release, each inhalation a quiet embrace of trust. The heart rests in the knowledge that God's presence, like the moonlight, touches all, guides all, comforts all, and in this the soul finds its sanctuary, its quiet, tender peace. As twilight drapes the fields, God's quiet presence seems to murmur in every rustling leaf. The evening settles slowly over the countryside, painting the sky in soft shades of lavender and deep indigo. Trees sway gently in the breeze, their leaves whispering faint secrets, as if sharing messages from God with those willing to listen. A figure walks along a worn path through the meadow, feet brushing over the soft, dew-kissed grass. Each step is measured, deliberate, a slow acknowledgement of the Creator's steady guidance beneath the subtle glow of the setting sun. Wind rustling through leaves, faint cricket song, distant owl. Nearby, a small stream glimmers in the twilight, reflecting streaks of fading light, the water moving with quiet persistence. The figure kneels at its edge, fingers tracing the smooth stones along the bank, feeling the cool weight of them in the palm. Water laps gently at the edge, creating tiny ripples that shimmer under the last hints of sun. In this simple act there is meditation, a dialogue without words, an unspoken recognition of God's constant presence in the ordinary, in the small, in the patient rhythm of life. A heron lifts off from the far side of the stream, wings stretching wide, carrying itself silently across the water. The figure watches with quiet admiration, marveling at the effortless grace, the unwavering trust in each wing beat. There is a lesson here, gentle and clear. to navigate life with faith, to trust God's guidance in both stillness and movement, to flow with the current while remaining anchored in belief. Soft water lap, wings brushing air, distant frog croak. The figure rises and continues along the winding path, pausing occasionally to brush fingertips across wildflowers, noticing their subtle hues and delicate textures. Each flower bends slightly with the wind, resilient and soft, embodying quiet strength and beauty. These small observations awaken gratitude, a tender recognition that God's care is evident even in the most delicate details, that His hand guides all living things, from the smallest blossom to the tallest tree. In a clearing, fireflies begin their nightly dance, tiny lights flickering in the gathering dark. The figure stands still, watching their random patterns, the gentle illumination creating a sense of wonder and quiet reverence. The mind, often busy with thoughts and concerns, softens in the presence of such simple beauty. Each flicker is a gentle reminder that even in darkness there is light, and even in uncertainty God's presence remains steady, unwavering, and near. Soft insect hum, faint wind through meadow, water trickling. As the stars begin to pierce the sky, one by one, the figure finds a fallen log and sits, legs tucked close, hands resting on Knees. The eyes lift slowly to the heavens, tracing constellations, noticing the intricate patterns, the vastness of the universe, yet the intimate care in each small element of the night. The heart quiets, understanding that the same God who set these stars in motion also watches over individual lives, guiding, protecting, comforting. Each heartbeat aligns with this assurance, slow and steady, synchronized with the gentle rhythm of creation. Nearby, an old oak creaks softly as the wind flows through its branches. The figure rests a hand on its trunk, feeling the texture of bark, the strength and endurance of years. There is a silent connection here, a communion with the quiet wisdom of nature, a reflection of the Creator's patience and steadfastness. The mind settles further into calm, observing life's continuity, the harmony of existence, and the soft unfolding of God's plan in ways both vast and intimate. A family of deer emerges from the tree line, moving carefully through the meadow, ears twitching, steps light. The figure watches as they graze, noticing the gentle care in their movements, the unspoken trust among them, the rhythm of life uninterrupted. This observation becomes a quiet prayer, a hope to emulate their gentleness, their awareness, their silent faith in the safety and guidance provided by the Creator. Gentle deer movements, distant owl call, wind brushing grass. The figure slowly rises, walking back toward the cabin at the edge of the meadow. Each step is mindful, each breath a prayer of gratitude. The cabin emits a soft glow from lanterns inside, reflecting a warmth that welcomes the evening's calm. In the doorway, the figure pauses, noticing the dance of shadows across the walls, the smell of wood smoke mixing with the crisp night air. This simple comfort becomes a metaphor for God's presence, subtle, pervasive, reassuring, guiding the way home. A small bird, perhaps a nightingale, perches on a branch near the cabin, its faint song weaving into the ambient sounds of the evening. The figure smiles softly, aware that even in quietude there is a song of life, a melody of divine care that touches every heart willing to listen. Sitting at the edge of the porch, feet dangling, hands loosely clasped, the figure feels the cool night air, the soft glow of lantern light, and the presence of God in every subtle vibration of life around. Soft night breeze, distant nightingale, rustling leaves. The figure breathes deeply, letting go of lingering worries, allowing the night to wrap the body and mind in a gentle embrace. Every sense is attuned to the soft symphony of the evening. Water, wind, wildlife, light and shadow blending into a seamless, reassuring presence. In this space there is no rush, no demand, only the slow unfolding of awareness, the recognition of God's continuous care, the profound peace of being fully observed and loved. As sleep approaches, the figure reclines slightly, letting the soft earth support the body, listening to the steady rhythm of life around. The heart beats in quiet communion with the natural world, every leaf, every ripple, every creature a reflection of divine order. The mind drifts along the edge of consciousness, carried by the gentle cadence of the evening, cradled in God's enduring grace. The last of the fireflies flicker out, and the stars dominate the sky in quiet majesty. The figure's eyelids grow heavy, each blink a surrender to the comfort of the moment, to the soft trust in the unseen, to the awareness that God's presence envelops all. Breathing slows, muscles relax, and the spirit rests, wrapped in gentle reassurance, surrounded by the tender lullaby of creation. As the sun dips below the horizon, every shadow seems to carry a whisper of God's quiet love. The twilight lingers longer tonight, stretching its soft fingers across the rolling hills, the sky painted with deep purples and muted pinks that seem to hold their breath. A gentle breeze rustles the tall grasses, carrying with it the faint scent of earth and wild flowers. Somewhere beyond the hills, a river murmurs against its banks, its flow steady and unhurried, as if echoing the patient rhythm of God's presence in the world. Each leaf that trembles in the wind seems to convey a silent reassurance that even in the fading light, nothing is ever truly lost. Wind brushing grass, distant river flow, evening bird call. A lone figure walks slowly along the path that winds through the meadow, hands lightly brushing the tops of the tall, waving grass. Each step is deliberate, mindful, a small testament to the care God instills in the ordinary movement of life. Their breath mingles with the cool evening air, slow and steady, a gentle rhythm that mirrors the heartbeat of creation. Shadows stretch long across the path, yet they do not bring fear, only a sense of reverence and calm, a reminder that God's presence lingers even in places where light wanes. The figure pauses by a cluster of wildflowers, bending slightly to observe their intricate details. Petals curled softly in the dying light, dewdrops clinging like tiny gems, reflecting what little light remains. Kneeling, they cup the blooms gently, feeling the fragile strength in each stem. A small prayer passes silently through the mind, simple words of gratitude, trust, and humble wonder. In this quiet gesture there is a connection, a recognition of God's artistry in every smallest detail. Faint rustle of petals, soft insect chirp, distant nightingale. Continuing along the path, the figure reaches the edge of a small pond, water still and mirror-like, reflecting the deepening sky. Dragonflies skim its surface, leaving gentle ripples that spread across the reflection of twilight clouds. The figure kneels again, fingertips brushing the water, feeling its cool smoothness, its unwavering consistency. There is comfort in its reflection, a metaphor for the constancy of God's care, the calm that persists, even when the world around seems to shift. A family of ducks glides quietly across the pond, the water parting in slow waves behind them. The figure watches, noting the ease and trust in their movements, their unity and gentle vigilance. There is a lesson here. The quiet faith in the unseen, the trust in the guidance of a hand larger than their own. As the evening deepens, the figure lets the mind settle, absorbing these small signs of life, each one a reminder of God's enduring presence and the reassurance it brings to a tender heart. Soft rippling water, distant frog call, leaves rustling in breeze. Rising, the figure walks toward the edge of the wooded grove nearby, where the light fades into deep shadows. The air here carries the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp soil, the hush of the evening thick around them. Tiny stars begin to pierce the sky overhead, their gentle glimmer a quiet chorus of reassurance. The figure lifts hands slowly, palms open, as if to embrace the light and trust it to fill the gaps of doubt, the spaces where uncertainty sometimes lingers. In that motion, a simple acknowledgement of God's unwavering guidance, a soft surrender to faith and hope. The grove is alive with sound, but gentle, a breeze through the trees, the soft rustle of small creatures hidden in underbrush, the occasional distant hoot of an owl. The figure listens, letting each note settle into the heart. Thoughts slow, worries soften, and a peaceful rhythm emerges, one that mirrors the slow pulse of the natural world. Even as night deepens, there is no fear, only a growing awareness that God's presence enfolds all creatures, all moments, and all lives in a blanket of care and love. Wind through trees, soft owl call, distant rustling leaves. Near the centre of the grove, a hollowed log lies across the path, worn smooth from years of use. The figure sits, knees drawn close, hands resting lightly on legs. The last warmth of the day lingers in the bark beneath, a gentle reminder of the sun's passage and the gentle steadiness of time. Eyes close slowly and the mind turns inward, tracing the contours of the day, each small observation a whisper of gratitude, the shimmer of the pond, the touch of petals, the soft coo of the evening bird, gentle sway of grasses, each moment is a quiet, a slow acknowledgement of God's artistry and care. Its stars glow through the tree branches above, twinkling like distant candles, each one a reminder that even in the vastness of night, its light reaches everything. It's inhaling the cool, fragrant, loved the lungs and soul alike. Its drift breeze, soft and unhurried, carrying words away till it passes God's embrace. It settles, delicate and enduring. Mind begins gentle descent toward rest. A small brook, Ambience nearby, water moving in stone with soft persistence. The reaches out hands, letting fingertips graze its surface, feeling the cold, smooth motion, hearing the gentle murmur. A prayer emerges in silence, not of words but of gratitude and trust, thankfulness for the day, for the calm of the evening, for the constancy of God's presence, for the small wonders that speak of love and care. The water's rhythm, constant and soothing, mirrors the steady beat of a heart at peace, anchored in faith. Soft babbling water, distant cricket, gentle night breeze. As night thickens, fireflies begin their quiet dance across the grove, tiny points of light that flicker and fade, creating a tapestry of subtle brilliance. The figure watches, eyes heavy, heart light, understanding that in even the smallest details God's presence is revealed. Each flicker of light becomes a gentle affirmation that no shadow is too deep, no night too long, and no heart too burdened to feel the quiet strength and endless love of the Creator. The figure rises slowly, moving back toward the open meadow, feet brushing against the cool grass, each step a prayer of humility and hope. The sky overhead is a deep velvet black, scattered with stars that shine in their quiet majesty. The figure tilts the head back, breathing slowly, feeling the vastness of creation, the intimacy of God's care. the gentle security of faith that holds even the smallest life in tender embrace. Soft wind, rustling leaves, distant owl call. At the edge of the meadow, the cabin awaits, windows glowing faintly with the warmth of lantern light. The figure steps inside, closing the door softly behind, letting the quiet night remain undisturbed. Settling into a chair by the hearth, hands folded, the figure breathes deeply, listening to the subtle symphony of the evening, the crackle of fire, the hush of wind, the distant call of an owl. Each sound is a gentle reminder that life continues in rhythm with God's care, steady and sure. Softly, the figure lays back, head resting on a pillow, eyes heavy with the promise of rest, the warmth of the hearth, the soft shadows dancing on walls, and the constant, unseen presence of God mingle to create a cocoon of peace. Thoughts drift slowly like clouds across the night sky, each one carried gently away by the awareness of divine love and protection. In this space, there is no hurry, no demand, only the slow, certain, comforting presence of God embracing every heartbeat, every breath, every quiet moment. In the hush of midnight, every whisper carries God's gentle promise of presence. The night has deepened into a velvet expanse, folding over the land like a familiar quilt. Shadows stretch long and soft, wrapping the trees and fields in quiet intimacy. A cool breeze drifts through the open window, brushing the face with gentle fingers, carrying the subtle scent of pine and earth. Somewhere beyond the hills the river flows with patient steadiness, its murmur soft and unhurried, a quiet reminder of God's enduring rhythm in all creation. Each sound, each movement seems orchestrated with care, revealing a tapestry of faith stitched into the very night. Soft river murmur, breeze, rustling leaves, distant owl. Inside the cabin, a lantern glows faintly, casting golden light over the room. The figure sits by the window, hands resting lightly on the sill, eyes tracing the delicate dance of shadows across the walls. Each flicker of light and sway of shadow seems alive, communicating in silence the constancy of God's watchful presence. The mind wanders over the day's gentle moments, the bloom of a flower, the soft coo of a dove, the warmth of the hearth, and a quiet gratitude settles in the chest, slow and steady. A cat, small and warm, curls at the figure's feet, purring softly. Its presence is a whisper of comfort, a reminder that even the smallest lives reflect the care of their creator. Fingers reach down to stroke the soft fur, each gentle motion a meditative act, each response of the cat a silent echo of mutual trust and quiet joy. In the stillness a subtle peace unfurls, the kind that speaks without words, that lingers in the marrow and quiets restless thoughts. Soft purr, faint wind through trees, distant cricket. The figure rises and moves toward the hearth, hands brushing the smooth wood of the table as they pass. A cup of warm tea waits, its steam curling lazily into the air, carrying the faint aroma of chamomile and honey. Lifting it, the figure inhales deeply, allowing the warmth to seep into fingertips, into chest, into the quiet spaces of the soul. Each sip becomes a rhythm of mindfulness, a gentle acknowledgement of God's provision, His presence felt in even the simplest comforts. Turning back to the window, the figure notices the moon riding high, its pale light spilling across the meadow, illuminating each blade of grass, each droplet of dew, each quiet creature stirring beneath its gaze. Fireflies flicker lazily in the distance, tiny lanterns swaying to a melody only the night can play. Each glow seems like a whispered promise, a small affirmation that no shadow is too deep, no night too long, and no heart too weary to be held in God's tender embrace. Moonlight reflecting on dew, faint firefly hum, soft night breeze. The figure sits cross-legged on the floor, hands folded loosely, and closes eyes. Breath slows, steadying with the cadence of night, a slow, deliberate rhythm that mirrors the pulsing heart of creation itself. Thoughts drift by like leaves carried on a stream, some brightly coloured, some tinged with shadow. But each is acknowledged without clinging, each observed and released with gentle trust in God's guiding hand. In this practice, each exhale becomes a letting go, each inhale a quiet reception of divine comfort. Outside, the meadow holds the night in a soft, tender grip. Grasses sway in gentle arcs, the sound a lullaby against the stillness. A distant fox moves softly among the shadows, unseen yet sensed, a reminder of life continuing quietly, safely, under God's watch. The stars, countless and luminous, punctuate the sky, each a tiny beacon of wonder, reflecting the infinite care of the Creator. The figure imagines reaching out, fingertips brushing the night sky, feeling both the vastness of creation and the intimate closeness of God's love. Soft grass rustle, distant animals stir, night wind. The figure rises, stretching slowly, feeling the subtle warmth of the lantern on skin and the gentle cool of the window breeze. Stepping outside, the night air wraps around the shoulders like a soft cloak, each breath deep and soothing. The moonlight bathes the open field in silver, illuminating the path ahead with a gentle, serene glow. Walking barefoot, toes brushing the soft earth, the figure becomes aware of the quiet chorus of life, the chirp of crickets, the flutter of wings, the whisper of leaves. Each sound resonates as a gentle hymn, a reminder that even the smallest elements of the world are imbued with God's presence. The figure pauses at the edge of the pond, its surface smooth and reflective under the moon. Kneeling, fingertips touch the cool water, sending ripples that spread silently across its mirrored surface. The figure listens, imagining each ripple as a small prayer carried outward, touched by God's attentive care. A soft smile graces the lips, and the heart feels the subtle lifting of burdens, the release of worries, the quiet reassurance that faith is alive in the rhythm of the natural world. Faint water ripple, wind through reeds, distant owl call. Walking back toward the cabin, the figure notices a small cluster of lanterns left along the path, each flickering softly. These small lights seem to whisper of guidance, of hope, of the gentle persistence of God's care in every corner of life. Hands brush along the tops of the grass, pausing occasionally to feel the delicate moisture of night, the subtle pulse of life beneath. Each touch a meditation, each step a prayer in motion. Inside, the figure settles near the hearth once more, cup in hand, watching the shadows dance as the fire breathes warmth into the room. Eyes close, and in the soft cocoon of lamplight, the mind drifts easily. Thoughts like drifting clouds across a vast, calm sky. The quiet hum of life outside mingles with the rhythmic crackle of fire, creating a gentle symphony, a lullaby sung by the world itself. With each slow breath, the figure senses the constant, unwavering presence of God, a presence that neither fades with night nor falters with the quiet hum of human cares. Fire crackle, distant night breeze, faint insect hum. As the night deepens, eyelids grow heavy, and the heart settles into the rhythm of peace. The figure lies back, body sinking into soft cushions, mind gently turning towards sleep. Each sound, each flicker of light, each gentle whisper of the night becomes a testament to God's care. The rhythm of breath, the warmth of lantern light, the hush of nocturnal life, all blend into a slow, comforting cadence, a lullaby of creation and divine love. In this sanctuary of midnight, the soul finds rest, the heart finds assurance, and the quiet promise of God's presence fills every corner. Beneath the moon's soft gaze, every step carries a quiet blessing. The night stretches on like a gentle hymn, its notes woven from the rustle of leaves, the distant call of owls, and the subtle shimmer of stars reflected in the silvered ponds. Each breath of cool air carries the delicate scent of earth and pine, grounding the spirit and inviting the soul to slow, to breathe, to rest. A single lantern flickers in the distance, its warm glow a soft companion, guiding the path as surely as the unseen hand of God guides the heart. Soft wind through trees, distant owl call, faint rustle of grass. Stepping lightly along the narrow path, the figure notices the way the dew clings to the grass, each droplet catching the moonlight like tiny jewels scattered across the earth. Fingers reach out instinctively, brushing along the tips of the blades, feeling the delicate weight of moisture, the cool shimmer of life preserved in silence. Every movement is slow, deliberate, a form of prayer without words, each sensation a whisper of God's intimate presence in the smallest details of the natural world. The trees bend gently in the night breeze, their leaves murmuring soft secrets. Somewhere a fox moves quietly between shadows, its steps light, purposeful and unseen. The figure pauses, listening, letting the rhythms of nocturnal life become a hymn of assurance. Even in silence there is movement, and in stillness there is life, a quiet reminder that God's attention never wavers, that even the unseen is watched with tender care. Leaves rustling, distant fox movement, night breeze. Along the path, a small wooden bench rests beneath a flowering dogwood. Moonlight drifts across its surface, highlighting the delicate petals that have fallen, forming a soft carpet on the ground. Sitting down, the figure lets the body relax completely, shoulders dropping, head tilting slightly to the sky. Eyes close briefly, catching the cool scent of the blossoms mingling with the earth. Thoughts meander gently over the day's minor trials, quiet victories, and the tender moments of unnoticed kindness, each held lightly, like leaves floating on a calm stream. Soft night breeze, gentle insect hum, distant water ripple. From the bench, the figure's gaze drifts upward. The stars are scattered generously across the night, each one a pinpointed wonder, a witness to the vastness and care of creation. The moon, pale and luminous, hangs like a guardian, casting soft light across the landscape. In this quiet, the figure recalls a phrase from the scriptures, whispered often in times of need. The Lord is near to the broken-hearted and saves the crushed in spirit. It settles deep in the chest, a warm assurance that no distance, no silence, and no shadow can diminish God's presence. The figure rises, moving toward a small brook that winds gently through the meadow. The water glints under moonlight, each ripple a delicate shimmer, each splash a note in the quiet symphony of night. Kneeling, the figure allows fingertips to touch the surface, sending tiny circles outward, a simple act of connection. The water, cool and steady, mirrors the night sky, reflecting stars and branches alike. It is a gentle, quiet communion, a reminder that God's creation, in all its softness and precision, is a constant vessel of comfort and presence. Gentle water ripple, soft wind through reeds, distant owl. Continuing along the path, the figure notices a family of rabbits stirring in the underbrush. They move cautiously, pausing, sniffing the air, then darting lightly from shadow to shadow. Their care and attentiveness seem almost sacred, a mirror of the care God gives to each life. Watching them, the figure inhales deeply, feeling the rise and fall of the chest as an echo of the steady rhythm of creation. Each heartbeat becomes a silent prayer, each exhale a quiet offering of gratitude. A gentle breeze carries the faint scent of night-blooming flowers, subtle and sweet. The figure steps slow, matching the rhythm of the wind, feeling the tender caress of air on skin, listening to the subtle chorus of crickets and frogs that fill the darkness with their understated song. In this moment, all burdens seem lighter, all doubts quieter, all fears softened by the quiet constancy of the night and the presence of God in every corner of the landscape. Crickets chirping, gentle frog calls, night breeze. Reaching a small clearing, the figure pauses, letting the body sink to the grass. The soft earth feels welcoming, a comforting cushion, and the gentle sway of the grass under fingertips is a tactile hymn. Eyes follow the slow drift of clouds across the moon, each movement deliberate and calm, each shadow a temporary brush of contrast in a landscape of serenity. Fingers trail lightly along the ground, picking up a smooth stone, a fallen leaf, a piece of bark, all small tokens, yet each resonating with God's handiwork, each a reminder that divinity is found in detail as much as in grandeur. As the figure settles into the clearing, a faint owl call punctuates the stillness, and the moonlight bathes the surroundings in a serene glow. Thoughts of worry, fatigue, and unrest drift away with the wind, replaced by a profound sense of stillness and connection. The heart feels lighter, the chest unburdened, and the mind finds its natural gentle rhythm like a boat drifting on a calm lake beneath the stars. The figure lies back fully, eyes closing, absorbing the night's gentle chorus. Each rustle of leaves, each distant call, each soft glimmer of moonlight becomes part of a lullaby composed by the Creator. The quiet encourages the soul to breathe deeply, slowly and with intention, inhaling the night's peace and exhaling the day's unrest. Fingers trace the patterns of grass and small flowers, each movement a silent meditation, each touch a gentle affirmation of life's sacredness. Faint rustle of leaves, distant owl hoot, soft brook murmur. Time seems suspended. The night embraces the figure completely, folding them into its calm, a gentle, invisible cloak woven of moonlight, breeze, and the soft rhythm of nocturnal life. The heart feels steadied, the mind soothed, and a quiet warmth radiates from chest to fingertips, from shoulders to toes. Here, in this moonlit sanctuary, there is no rush, no urgency, no weight, only the tender constancy of God's presence, the assurance that all is watched over, all is cared for, and all is held in enduring love. Among the pines, each rustle carries a prayer softly answered. The forest breathes gently in the cool night, its vast canopy filtering the silvered moonlight into delicate patterns on the forest floor. The air is crisp, filled with the soft, earthy scent of pine needles and damp soil, a perfume that calms the spirit and invites a mindful presence. A small path winds through the trees, barely more than a suggestion of cleared ground, leading the wanderer through a cathedral of nature where each towering pine feels like a guardian watching over the quiet. Soft wind through pine branches, distant hoot of an owl, gentle rustle of leaves. Walking slowly along the path, the figure notices the gentle sway of the boughs above, their shadows drifting like soft curtains over the earth. Each step on the needle-laden ground produces a muted, cushioned sound, almost imperceptible, yet grounding the body in the moment. The figure pauses, placing a hand against the rough bark of a pine, feeling its age, its resilience, and silently acknowledging the Creator who fashioned it with care. A gentle warmth spreads through the fingertips, a quiet reminder of the intimacy of God's touch in every living thing. Tiny patches of moonlight break through the canopy, illuminating clusters of moss that cling to rocks and fallen branches. The figure kneels, brushing a hand lightly across the velvet green surface, feeling the softness and the cool dampness. It is an act of connection, a small gesture that speaks of reverence and wonder. In this quiet attention, the mind softens, thoughts of the day's burdens fade, and the heart opens to the subtle, tender guidance of God, who is present in all creation, even in the smallest, most overlooked details. Gentle moss brushing soft wind in trees, distant night bird call. Continuing, the figure comes upon a tiny clearing where a shallow stream reflects the stars, each ripple catching fragments of moonlight, scattering them across pebbles in delicate moving patterns. Kneeling at the water's edge, the figure allows fingers to trace its surface, feeling the cool, flowing touch, the life contained within. Each ripple is a prayer sent outward, each droplet a testament to the quiet, sustaining presence of God. Here, time seems to slow, breaths lengthen, heartbeats synchronize with the gentle murmur of water, and a profound stillness settles over the body and mind. The sounds of the night, rustling leaves, the distant call of a night bird, the gentle movement of the stream, combine into a low, soothing chorus. The figure closes eyes for a moment, letting the melody of the forest and the rhythm of the water fill the chest and mind with calm. Thoughts drift lightly, memories of mornings long past, small acts of kindness, whispered prayers that were never spoken aloud. Each memory is held tenderly, not with urgency but with quiet acknowledgement, a gentle tracing of life's sacred tapestry. Soft stream ripple, distant owl, night breeze through leaves. Rising slowly, the figure follows the stream deeper into the clearing, noticing fireflies flickering like tiny lanterns over the water's edge. Their soft, intermittent glow paints a delicate rhythm, a slow visual hymn of light that mirrors the beat of the heart. The figure breathes in the subtle scent of wet earth and flowers, letting each inhalation become a prayer, each exhalation a release of worry. In this way, walking, pausing, watching and breathing become acts of devotion, a quiet devotion that does not demand words, but is felt deeply in the soul. A deer steps softly from the edge of the trees, its coat catching the moonlight in a shimmer of silver and brown. It pauses, lifting its head, ears twitching at the slightest sound, then continues gracefully, as if carrying a sacred message through the night. The figure watches, heart expanding with a gentle awe, understanding that every creature moves under the same watchful eye, every moment held within the care of God's hands. The forest, the stream, the deer, the fireflies, all part of a living prayer that wraps the wanderer in a blanket of serene assurance. Soft deer steps, gentle stream ripple, night breeze. Further along, the path rises slightly, leading to a small hill crowned with low rocks and scattered wildflowers. Moonlight bathes the hill in silver, casting long, soft shadows across the ground. The figure sits, letting the legs dangle, hands resting on knees, feeling the steady heartbeat of the earth beneath. Eyes close for a few moments, allowing the senses to drink in the subtle chorus of night. The sighing of the pines, the distant murmur of a nocturnal insect, the far-off call of a fox. Each sound is a note in the symphony of the night, each sensation a gentle reminder that God's presence is constant, unshakable, tender. The figure leans back slightly, resting against a smooth rock warm slightly from the day's sun. The night air is crisp but not chilling, filled with a faint, sweet scent of nocturnal blooms. Fingers trace the edges of leaves, the contours of stones, feeling the subtle textures, a tactile prayer that affirms life's quiet beauty. Thoughts drift to the blessings of simple days, moments of kindness, the warmth of a shared smile, the solace of a hymn remembered. In these recollections there is a profound sense of being known, held and guided, an assurance that extends beyond the moment, beyond the forest, into the heart itself. Soft night breeze, faint insect chorus, distant owl. As the figure rises to continue, the forest seems to exhale a soft sigh through the pines, carrying with it the scent of earth and rain from earlier showers. Every step along the gentle incline is deliberate, each movement mindful, each glance upward catching another patch of sky, another fragment of moonlight filtered through leaves. In the quiet, it is as if the entire forest is attuned to the wanderer's pace, a living, breathing witness to a slow, deliberate communion with God. The figure pauses atop the hill, taking a final deep breath. The eyes follow the silvered stream below, winding its way between shadows and moonlight. Fireflies continue their dance and the forest hums its soft nocturne. In this pause the heart settles fully, the mind quiets, and a sense of deep, abiding peace suffuses the entire being. The gentle embrace of night, the tender illumination of the moon and the subtle whisper of the pines become a sacred lullaby, inviting the soul to rest, to trust, and to dwell in the ever-present care of the Creator. In the twilight, every shadow softens, and the heart finds its rest in God's gentle embrace. The evening air drifts softly across the quiet meadow, carrying the faint scent of late-blooming wildflowers and the lingering warmth of a sun long set. Each blade of grass bends slightly under the weight of dew, glistening like tiny jewels under the first hint of moonlight. A narrow dirt path winds slowly through the meadow, guiding the wanderer toward a small grove of trees that seems to hum with a presence older and steadier than the night itself. Soft breeze through leaves, distant cricket song, rustle of small creatures in grass. As the figure walks, each step is deliberate and unhurried, connecting with the earth beneath, feeling its gentle firmness, the subtle vibration of life hidden in soil and root. Shadows play across the path, creating soft patterns that shift as clouds float past the moon. There is a rhythm to the night, a delicate cadence of wind, whispering leaves, and distant water, a symphony of tranquility that invites deep breathing and slow reflection. Pausing by a small, clear stream, the figure kneels and dips hands into the cool, flowing water. The touch is refreshing, a reminder of the constant renewal that life brings, of God's quiet sustenance present in every small moment. Tiny fish dart beneath the surface, their scales catching glimpses of moonlight, reflecting silver fragments that sparkle briefly and vanish, much like the fleeting concerns of the day. In this simple act, the heart feels a softening, a gentle settling of burdens that seemed insurmountable in daylight hours. Soft water ripple, nocturnal insect hum, rustle of leaves. Rising slowly, the figure continues into the grove. The trees stand close together, their trunks smooth and sturdy, their branches forming a protective canopy overhead. Moonlight filters through the leaves in delicate shafts, illuminating patches of soft moss and fallen twigs. The figure stops to place a hand on the trunk of an ancient oak, feeling the rough texture, the solid, enduring strength. Here is a quiet lesson in patience and resilience, a reminder that God's care is unyielding and steadfast, even in moments when the world feels uncertain. Small woodland creatures move quietly among the undergrowth. A rabbit pauses to nibble a tender shoot, a fox glances briefly from the shadows, and fireflies dance above the moss in slow flickering patterns. Each movement is gentle, unhurried, a reflection of a creation that thrives in subtle harmony. The figure breathes deeply, letting the delicate balance of life in the grove fill the mind and heart with a profound calm. Each inhale brings the sweetness of evening air. Each exhale releases tension and fear, allowing the soul to rest in trust and gratitude. Fireflies flickering soft breeze through the distant owl. Finding a fallen log, the figure sits, letting legs dangle over one side, hands resting lightly on knees, eyes close for a few moments, drinking in the quiet. The mind drifts to memories of kindness, moments of shared warmth, words of encouragement from loved ones now distant, and the ever-present whisper of God's guidance. Even in solitude, there is a companionship more enduring than any human presence, a sense that every step taken, every breath drawn is seen and held with tender attention. The sky above is clear now, sprinkled with stars that glimmer softly, each one a testament to the vastness and care of creation. The moon rises higher, casting gentle illumination across the grove, painting everything in serene silver hues. The figure tilts the head upward, imagining the Creator watching over the world, a presence that is tender, intimate and steadfast. In this gentle gaze there is comfort, a quiet affirmation that even in darkness, guidance and protection are present. Soft wind, distant creek, faint owl. The figure reaches for a small journal, tracing a finger over the cover before opening it to a blank page. Words are not necessary, but slowly small lines emerge. Gratitude for the day, recognition of small blessings, prayers whispered into the night air. Each word is a bridge, connecting the heart to God, creating a sanctuary in the mind where worries are released and faith is strengthened. The act itself is meditative, almost ritual, a closing of the day that is both reverent and soothing, an acknowledgement that life's rhythm is best honoured in quiet, deliberate reflection. A gentle breeze moves through the grove, lifting loose strands of hair and carrying the scent of earth and distant blooms. The figure leans back, letting the shoulders relax, the body settle into the soft embrace of the log. Eyes half closed, the mind tunes to the chorus of nighttime sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant chirp of insects, the flowing stream. Each sound is a note in a lullaby of creation, a steadying pulse that resonates deep within, reminding that peace is always present, quietly surrounding and sustaining. Night breeze, soft stream ripple, distant cricket. Time seems to stretch and bend, a continuum of calm where minutes and hours blend into a serene tapestry. The figure feels the presence of God, not as a distant force, but as an intimate companion, one who walks alongside, listens attentively and imparts quiet courage. Every inhalation draws in the serenity of the grove. Every exhalation releases the weight of lingering worries. The heart is lighter, the mind clearer, the spirit resting in assurance that every night, every shadow, every whispered moment is cradled in divine care. The figure rises, stepping slowly along the edge of the clearing, following the soft murmur of the stream that guides the eye toward the horizon, where the first hints of pre-dawn light begin to touch the sky. Birds stir gently in the branches above, their soft calls welcoming the transition from night to day. The figure breathes in deeply, letting the cool, fragrant air fill the lungs, and whispers a silent prayer of gratitude for the night, for the forest, for the unwavering presence of God in all things. Pre-dawn whisper, soft creek ripple, distant bird song. At last, the figure settles onto a small rise overlooking the meadow, the journal closed beside, hands resting in lap. The body feels the gentle weight of night's calm, the mind the quiet stillness.
the heart, the profound peace that comes from fully trusting in God's care. The eyes trace the silhouettes of trees against the first light of dawn, the stream's silver glimmer, and the tiny movements of creatures beginning their day. A deep sense of completeness suffuses every fibre of being, as if the soul has been cradled in an embrace beyond words. In this final moment, the figure allows the gaze to soften, the breath to deepen, the heart to open fully. Gratitude rises, tender and silent, flowing like the stream below, mingling with every sound, every shadow, every glimmer of light. There's no need to hold, no need to speak aloud. The connection is profound, unshakable, intimate. Here in the twilight sanctuary of the grove, the soul rests fully, embraced by God's presence, ready to carry that calm into the day ahead or into the quiet dreams of the night. Rest now, wrapped in the gentle embrace of God's enduring love, and let sleep come softly, carrying peace, warmth, and the quiet assurance that you are known, held, and cherished.